Senhoras e senhores, bom dia. Sejam todos muito bem-vindos. Pedimos que tomem seus assentos e coloquem seus aparelhos celulares em modo silencioso. Informamos que estão disponíveis fones de tradução simultânea e que esse evento está sendo transmitido pelos canais do Ministério da Educação, do FNDE, da Agência Brasileira de Cooperação, ABC, e Secretariado da Coalizão para Alimentação Escolar, todos os canais do YouTube. Sejam bem-vindos à segunda cúpula global da Coalizão para Alimentação Escolar, um encontro que reúne lideranças nacionais e internacionais em prol do direito à alimentação escolar saudável e sustentável. Para darmos início à nossa sessão de abertura, convidamos para compor o dispositivo de honra o vice-presidente da República Federativa do Brasil e ministro de Estado do Desenvolvimento, Indústria, Comércio e Serviços do Brasil, Geraldo Alckmin. O governador do estado do Ceará, Eumano de Freitas. O ministro de Estado da Educação do Brasil, Camilo Santana. O ministro de Estado do Desenvolvimento e Assistência Social, Família e Combate à Fome do Brasil, Wellington Dias. A diretora executiva do Programa Mundial de Alimentos, Cindy McCain.
Food Program, Cindy McCain.
O prefeito de Fortaleza,
The Mayor of Fortaleza, Evandro Leitão.
Auditora-chefe da Unidade Especializada em Educação,
of the Unit Specialized in Education, Sports and Culture and Human Rights of the Brazil Accounts Court, Renata Silveira Carvalho.
The President of the National Funds of Development of Education, FNDE,
Fernanda Pacobaíba,
and the representative of the French Republic,
Minister Delegate for Francophone and International Partnerships, Dani Mohamed Sohaini.
O representante da República da Finlândia, ministro
The
do
representative
Comércio
of Finland, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Development, Lertafil.
Para celebrar a
In order to celebrate culture and education of the state of Ceará, we shall now watch the presentation of the State Vocational School Musical Group, Dona Creuza de Carlos Rocha.
Convidamos a todos para assistir ao vídeo de abertura produzido pelo Secretariado da Coalizão Global para a Alimentação Escolar, que retrata os esforços e os compromissos globais pela alimentação escolar.
Serve-se para muitas pessoas. Ajuda-nos quando saímos ao intervalo, comemos e sentimos o amor da pessoa que trouxe a fuga para cá.
Quisiera ver un durazno en mi plato. Todos comemos en alegría y paz y todos se sienten felices cuando llega la comida.
Across the world, children look forward to school, not just for lessons, but for nutritious meals that help them grow and succeed. The School Meals Coalition is dedicated to ensuring that every child has access to at least one meal a day, nourishing the potential of generations to come. School meals are more than just food. They are joy, energy, and a reason to strive. They are fuel for dreams and for leadership. These are the voices of our future leaders, children who are learning, growing, and building a better tomorrow.
Whenever I'm playing the football, the white and bees make me play better than before.
Ban taɓa ba bari. Kawai dai muna yin haƙuri ne har lokacin da zai kai ana bamu.
Hvis jeg var statsminister, så ville jeg synes, det var vigtigt, at alle børn ligesom kunne opleve, at det er lige meget, hvordan man har det derhjemme, eller hvor mange penge man har, men lige meget hvad, så kan alle få muligheden.
Quand moi je serai la présidente de la République, je donnerai à les enfants couscous, macaroni, akasa, durum.
আমি প্রধানমন্ত্রীকে বলতে চাই স্কুল মিলটা আমাদের অনেক গুরুত্বপূর্ণ ভূমিকা পালন করে। বিশেষ করে আমাদের एलाकाय प्राय 50% মানুষ পরিবার দরিদ্র।
मन्त्रीले पनि स्कुलको चौर ठुलो बनाउने, बच्चा-बच्चीलाई पढाउने अनि नआउनेखेरि डाक्ने, पढाउने, खाना दिइराख्ने अनि ठुलो मान्छे बन्ने.
Altså noget af det, som jeg synes, at alle lande burde gøre, det er, at de burde få det der med, at man skal være mere klimavenlig ind igennem fra maden, sådan så at det er, at alle børn kan lære, hvordan det er, at man for eksempel kan spise mad på en meget sundere og meget mere klimavenlig måde.
The future is already speaking, and it's full of promise, purpose, and power. One child, one meal, one dream at a time.
They finish learning, they know that there is food at the kitchen, they go and get things to eat.
Ouviremos agora, em mensagem virtual, a primeira-dama da República Federativa do Brasil, Janja Lula da Silva, embaixadora aqui no país da alimentação escolar, parceira fundamental nas ações de promoção da alimentação saudável para crianças e adolescentes.
Bom dia às pessoas presentes nesse grande evento. Vice-presidente da República e ministro de Estado do Desenvolvimento, Indústria, Comércio e Serviços do Brasil, Geraldo Alckmin, o representante da República da Finlândia, ministro do Comércio Exterior e Desenvolvimento, Vicky, representante da República Francesa, Tani Mohamed, ministro de Estado de Educação do Brasil, meu querido amigo Camilo Santana, ministro de Estado de Desenvolvimento, Wellington Dias, governador do estado do Ceará, Eumano Freitas, a minha querida Cindy, diretora executiva do Programa Mundial de Alimentos, prefeito de Fortaleza, que recebe esse evento, Evandro Leitão, eu, a presidente, minha amiga, do Fundo Nacional de Desenvolvimento da Educação, a Fernanda Acobaíba, e a auditora-chefe do nosso TCU, da União, Renata Silveira. Um bom dia a todas e todos. Como embaixadora da alimentação escolar do Brasil, é uma grande honra estar aqui na segunda cúpula da Coalizão para a Alimentação Escolar. Infelizmente, não pude estar com vocês pessoalmente em Fortaleza. Estou em Nova York para os eventos da Semana do Clima, como enviada especial para as mulheres da COP30. E ainda irei apoiar o presidente Lula na Assembleia Geral da ONU na semana que vem. mas eu não podia deixar de participar desse importante encontro que fortalece a alimentação escolar como muito mais do que uma política setorial, um investimento estratégico para combater a fome, fortalecer a educação e impulsionar o desenvolvimento sustentável. O Brasil se orgulha do seu Programa Nacional de Alimentação Escolar, uma política que há décadas garante refeições diárias a 40 milhões de estudantes. O PNE demonstra que quando o Estado investe em educação escolar, não está apenas oferecendo comida, mas promovendo saúde, aprendizado, cidadania, sobretudo, esperança de futuro. Como o presidente Lula sempre fala, ninguém consegue estudar de barriga vazia. No Brasil, em 2017 e 2022, houve um desinvestimento na política de alimentação escolar, com grandes consequências para o aumento da fome e da insegurança alimentar. No mundo todo, a pandemia do Covid-19 escancarou a centralidade da alimentação escolar para a segurança alimentar de milhões de crianças, que na maioria das vezes têm na escola a sua principal refeição do dia, impactando também suas famílias, principalmente as mães, que são ainda hoje principais responsáveis pela manutenção e o cuidado de suas crianças. Nos governos do presidente Lula, a alimentação escolar sempre teve grande importância e prioridade. E agora, em seu terceiro mandato, depois de anos e meio de muito trabalho, a alimentação escolar foi determinante para que o Brasil saísse novamente do mapa da fome. Medidas como o ajuste dos valores investidos, fortalecimento de bancos de alimentos e estoques públicos, alimentação de alimentos ultraprocessados no alimento escolar, estímulo à produção de alimentos pela agricultura familiar e camponesa, e fortalecimento de sistemas alimentares indígenas e tradicionais garante renda, saúde, proteção ao meio ambiente e alimentos nutritivos, respeitando a diversidade que é parte da realidade brasileira. Senhoras e senhores, não podemos esquecer que a alimentação escolar tem um impacto direto na educação de meninas e mulheres. Uma refeição nutritiva diária aumenta a permanência das meninas na escola, combate a evasão e cria condições para que elas desenvolvam seu pleno potencial. Garantir que meninas estudem é um passo essencial para quebrar ciclos de pobreza, formar lideranças femininas que transformarão nossas realidades para avançarmos no caminho da tão sonhada igualdade de gênero. E esse compromisso se articula com a iniciativa da Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza, lançada pelo presidente Lula em 2024, e que hoje já conta com 102 países membros. E aproveito o momento para convidar aqueles que ainda não fazem parte da Aliança a conhecerem e se unirem a esse importante esforço de cooperação e solidariedade internacional. A Aliança Global reconhece a alimentação escolar como uma das políticas mais eficazes para combater a fome, reduzir desigualdades e gerar desenvolvimento inclusivo. Quando associada a compras da agricultura familiar, a alimentação escolar fortalece economias locais, gera renda, sobretudo para as mulheres agricultoras, e cria um círculo virtuoso de nutrição, educação e autonomia econômica. Por isso, a coalizão e a aliança caminham juntas. Ambas partem da mesma convicção. Não basta falar em metas globais, é preciso garantir que cada criança, em cada território, tenha acesso a refeições saudáveis todos os dias. E eu não posso deixar de mencionar uma fase do presidente Lula ao assumir seu primeiro mandato, lá em 2023, dizendo que terá cumprido sua missão de vida quando todos os brasileiros e brasileiras tiverem a possibilidade de tomar café da manhã, almoçar e jantar. E agora, esse compromisso, essa causa, se expande para o mundo através da Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza. Isso é justiça social, isso é equidade de gênero, isso é desenvolvimento sustentável. Nossa tarefa é clara: ampliar investimentos, fortalecer a cooperação internacional e transformar a alimentação escolar em prioridade global. Ao fazermos isso, estamos garantindo que nenhuma criança, especialmente nenhuma menina, fique para trás. Finalizo lembrando: cada refeição servida em uma escola é também uma semente de futuro. Quando essas sementes florescem nas trajetórias das meninas que permanecem estudando, elas se transformam em mulheres empoderadas, autônomas e principalmente líderes. E assim construímos sociedades mais justas, resilientes e prósperas. Sigamos com nossos corações e mentes nesse caminho. Uma boa cúpula global a todos vocês. Muito obrigada.
Convidamos a fazer uso da palavra a presidente do Fundo Nacional de Desenvolvimento da Educação, Fernanda Pacobaíba.
Tá ótimo. Obrigada. Bom dia a todas e todos. Bem-vindos ao Brasil. Bem-vindos ao Ceará. Cumprimento todas as autoridades e todas as pessoas aqui presentes, em nome dos integrantes deste palco, a começar pelo nosso vice-presidente e ministro de Estado de Desenvolvimento, Indústria, Comércio e Serviços do Brasil, Geraldo Alckmin. É uma honra ter o senhor aqui, ministro. Cumprimento o nosso governador de Estado do Ceará, Elmano de Freitas. Muito obrigada pela presença. Cumprimento o nosso ministro da Educação do Brasil, Camilo Santana. Cumprimento o nosso ministro de Estado de Desenvolvimento e Assistência Social, Família e Combate à Fome, Wellington Dias, o entusiasta também do nosso programa. A nossa diretora executiva do Programa Mundial de Alimentos, Cindy McCain. Muito obrigada. Nosso prefeito de Fortaleza, amigo querido Evandro Leitão. Representando o Tribunal de Contas da União, em nome de quem cumprimento também os outros integrantes, aqui vejo o nosso presidente do TCE do Ceará, cumprimento a doutora Renata Silveira Carvalho. Obrigada pela presença. O representante da República Francesa, ministro delegado para a Francofonia e Parcerias Internacionais, Mohamed Soilihi. O representante da República da Finlândia, ministro do Comércio Exterior e Desenvolvimento, Tavio Vili Tapani. E os nossos estudantes queridos que fizeram essa apresentação da Escola Estadual de Educação Profissional, Dona Creuza do Carmo Rocha. Ficou lindo, gente. Obrigada. Lindo. E agradeço a presença virtual da nossa embaixadora da alimentação escolar, a senhora Janja Lula da Silva. É com grande satisfação que, em nome do Fundo Nacional de Desenvolvimento da Educação, o FNDE, dou as boas-vindas a todos os presentes e manifesto a honra de participar dessa sessão de abertura da segunda cúpula global da Coalizão Global da Alimentação Escolar, realizada pela primeira vez no Brasil, na nossa vibrante cidade de Fortaleza. Hoje, o Brasil se orgulha de sediar essa segunda edição e reafirma sua convicção de que a alimentação escolar é prioridade estratégica para a educação, para a justiça, para o desenvolvimento econômico sustentável. Depois da primeira edição em Paris, em 2023, temos hoje a oportunidade de dar continuidade a um movimento global que coloca os estudantes no centro da política pública. No Brasil, o Programa Nacional de Alimentação Escolar, que nós chamamos carinhosamente de PNAE, é um marco da nossa política educacional. Com 7 décadas de existência, serve diariamente 50 milhões de refeições. E sendo incrementados, né, ministro Camilo, com o programa de tempo integral, esses números devem aumentar ainda mais nos próximos anos, atendendo aproximadamente 40 milhões de estudantes da educação básica pública, garantindo refeições regulares, saudáveis e culturalmente adequadas. O PNAE vai além de combater a fome. Ele contribui para a permanência escolar, o desempenho acadêmico e a formação cidadã das nossas crianças e jovens. Um dos pilares que torna o programa referência mundial é a sua forte ligação com a agricultura familiar. Desde 2009, pelo menos 30% dos recursos destinados à alimentação escolar são aplicados na compra de alimentos produzidos por pequenos agricultores locais. E aí vejo a presença aqui do município de Tauá, que é o município do Ceará, que já tem 100% da agricultura familiar, gente, no nosso Programa Nacional de Alimentação Escolar. Neste ano, o Brasil almeja aumentar esse percentual para 45% obrigatório. Essa medida, ela promove desenvolvimento regional, fortalece economias rurais, valoriza a cultura alimentar e garante diversidade e qualidade nutricional nas refeições escolares. É um exemplo de como a alimentação escolar pode gerar impacto positivo para toda a sociedade. Além disso, uma das nossas recentes ações trouxe no Brasil a mulher agricultora para o centro da política de alimentação escolar. Com foco na promoção da igualdade de gênero, incluímos como prioridade grupos formais e informais de mulheres na venda de produtos para o PENAI. A cúpula que iniciamos hoje não é apenas uma troca de experiências, é um chamado à ação. O mundo ainda tem milhões de crianças sem acesso a uma refeição escolar nutritiva. Nosso desafio coletivo, todos nós que estamos aqui, temos um compromisso muito firme: garantir que todos os 724 milhões de crianças do ensino primário recebam refeições nutritivas até 2030. Para isso, será essencial fortalecer a cooperação internacional, mobilizar recursos, compartilhar conhecimentos e construir redes sólidas de colaboração. Acreditamos que investir em alimentação escolar é investir em equidade social e em desenvolvimento sustentável. É uma política capaz de responder aos desafios da fome, da pobreza e da desigualdade e, ao mesmo tempo, contribuir para a agenda global da educação, da saúde e da prosperidade. E tudo isso nós fazemos inspirados em uma liderança nacional que acredita firmemente que a existência da fome em nosso planeta é uma escolha política e que é possível garantirmos que todos tenham acesso a uma alimentação digna. Eu peço uma salva de palmas ao presidente Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. Nós sentimos muito a falta dele nesse momento, né? Uma pessoa que acredita nisso e que tem tido ações extremamente efetivas, liderou recentemente o G20 na Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza e, de forma extraordinária, liderou a segunda saída, o ministro, certamente o Wellington vai estar falando, do mapa da fome do Brasil. Isso é um feito para poucos. Nosso objetivo é fazer com que esta segunda cúpula da Coalizão para a Alimentação Escolar seja um marco de inovação e solidariedade e que daqui saiam compromissos firmes capazes de impactar a realidade de milhões de jovens e crianças no Brasil e no mundo. Por fim, a alimentação escolar brasileira é expressão da cultura da nossa gente, com seus modos de fazer, de produzir e de fortalecer o nosso corpo e o nosso espírito diariamente por meio dos alimentos. E respeitamos isso enormemente nesse país que é gigantesco, nesse programa que é gigantesco, do tamanho do Brasil e com as diversificadas e ricas peculiaridades regionais. E homenageio a cultura do Brasil e do Ceará com esse colete que viste, um gibão que a gente conhece aqui no Ceará, confeccionado pelo artista Expedito Celeiro, mestre da cultura brasileira, um artista renomado da minha terra e da terra do ministro Camilo, lá do Cariri, e que muito nos honra e aqui compartilho com vocês. Por fim, por dever de ofício, realizar um evento desse aqui é extraordinário, mas muita gente precisou se engajar bastante no trabalho. Eu tenho um dever aqui, por ter liderado essa equipe, de agradecer, né, ao pessoal que está nos bastidores e que fez com que esse evento fosse possível. Eu queria agradecer aqui enormemente a toda a equipe do Ministério da Educação, em nome do nosso entusiasmadíssimo ministro Camilo Santana. Vocês foram extraordinários. Obrigada, Léo, a toda a equipe da SE, todo mundo do MEC foi incondicionalmente apoiando. Agradecer ao governo do estado do Ceará, também parceiro desde sempre,
that has always been involved since to be able to articulate the city hall, the mayor, on the person of our mayor, Evandro Leitão, to the exterior ministry, our ambassador who is also here, the Brazilian Agency of Cooperation also here, who has been able to help PNL to actually work alongside and to be able to soar very high. So I want to say also the Center of Intelligence of our director and former President Daniel Balaban, and the Secretariat of the Coalition, Carmen Bourbano. Thank you so much. And also our Secretary Cabinet of our National Program for School Meal, and Karine Santos. So thank you so much. Welcome to Brazil, and we hope that we'll have a wonderful event. Thank you so much.
We shall now pass the floor to the Minister Delegate from Francophone and International Partnerships of the French Republic, Tani Mohamed Swahili. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, Executive Director, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, a great honor to be here with you all today representing France, together with our partners and co-presidents from Brazil and Finland, to open the second Global Summit on school meals. And I wanted to start by saying a word to thank the Vice President of Brazil, Geraldo Alckmin, for such a warm welcome, and also for the long engagement of President Lula, President of Brazil, and the struggle against poverty and hunger. I have had the chance and opportunity to be with President Lula last January for the Ocean Summit, a great man, formidable man. The Brazil mobilization, the local challenges is amazing. And Brazil was able to bring from everything the challenges regarding hunger, launching this challenge for combating hunger and poverty. I'd like to reiterate my support. In my first ministry meeting in Paris, we sent a strong signal of collective dynamics that amplifies while many people fears the end of multilateralism. In order to overcome the COVID-19 crisis, we managed to re-establish the school transfers and facing the cardinal challenges that we had regarding climate change and the respect to democracy. And we had to preserve and reinforce this unity. We have already had some good results from our collective action. Since 2023, thousands of children were able to benefit from the school meals programs, even in difficult contexts. Many different countries were mobilized. In Ukraine, despite the war, we had an unprecedented effort to guarantee the future of children and young people. France contributes towards the World Health Food Program that allows to distribute school meals to thousands and millions of our Ukrainian children. 1 person out of 10 have suffered with hunger. About 73 million people in the world have faced hunger. Hunger threatens all other places in the world, which is reinforced by climate problems that destroy our crops. With respect to the educational context, the challenges are also urgent. 250 million children do not go to school, and those who actually go and attend the school have issues with lack of teachers, lack of investment funds. With respect to school meals, we have much more than meals themselves. We also have the chance of learning, of having good health possibilities, and actually building knowledge. A child that doesn't eat properly, doesn't manage to learn, and is still a prisoner of poverty, a cruel and intolerable prison. Facing these challenges, France has mobilized themselves since 2021, working with 140 million euros towards school meals in the world. And we have a program to protect the most vulnerable countries, guaranteeing and assuring food security. With the Summit of Nutrition for Growth in Paris, we registered 30 billion US dollars towards the fight against malnutrition. So during the French presidency of G7 in 2006, at the national plan, we also work with school meals as a priority. More than 2.8 million students at a school age can benefit from this transfers to the school canteens, and we will also support local shops that will guarantee that we have healthy meals originally from organic agriculture. We also have a device of meals at €1 for poor families, especially in rural areas. So school meals is a vehicle of social justice, discrimination, especially gender, a vector of social support when supported by agroecology practices. We also have our engagement for the conservation of the planet, and a point where we can reinforce all our work and a solid plan for children and adolescents. These are robust assessments. It's difficult to put together efficient public policies, and I want to salute the Consortium of Research for School Nutrition, in which many French researchers are working and engaged with. School meals is a key public fight because we are working with children. In other words, the future. Our collective responsibility is very clear, is to reinforce our engagements and speed up the impact of our programs to reach the goals of this coalition up to 2030. The meeting that's open today, ladies and gentlemen, is a key moment of mobilization, and our goal is universal. Allow each child, wherever they are, wherever they live, to have access to a healthy school meal at their schools. It's something key, fundamental, and the urgency nobody can deny. This second Global Summit reveals our ambition towards healthy, good school meals, and we can reach there, and we will, definitely. Thank you very much.
Para uso da palavra, o ministro do Comércio Exterior e Desenvolvimento da República da Finlândia, Ville Tavio.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear delegates, I would like to start by acknowledging and thanking the community that is gathered here in support of school meals. I will begin by thanking our esteemed co-chair Brazil for welcoming us in the beautiful city of Fortaleza and providing a venue for this important summit. A thank to you, France, our other co-chair and host of the first global summit, for setting us on the path of convening to celebrate progress and set new goals, and of course to WFP, represented at the highest level here by Executive Director McCain, for serving as the coalition's secretariat. Last but certainly not least, a big thank to you everyone attending. Your presence here is evidence on the significance of our joint cause. The coalition is still young, but the progress has been remarkable. We launched it only 4 years ago with 45 members, and today the coalition has grown to over 100 members, 6 regional bodies and nearly 150 partners. This exponential growth shows the great mobilization around school meals, and it demonstrates the power of collective action, the value of multilateralism and shared purpose. Equality is a fundamental value in Finland. In our country, school meals have promoted equal opportunity for centuries. Equal access to education and free school meals have played an important part in strengthening economic growth and transforming Finland into wealthy, knowledge-based society. As a co-chair in the School Meal Coalition, Finland fully shares in its vision of empowering national governments to design and implement their school meal programs. They are our owners of their respective school meal programs and provide the vision, the policy frameworks, and the commitment to ensure that these programs are sustainable and equitable as an investment in the human capital of the future. More than 55 countries have made formal commitments to scale their programs, many aiming for universal coverage by 2030. At the regional level, the coalition has gained significant traction, enabling meaningful exchanges of best practices and new networks of support, including at least 10 regional events that took place in the past 2 years. They took place in the East, West and Southern Africa, Asia, Europe and Latin America and Caribbean. To expand and enhance the efficiency of the school meal programs, collective effort is the key. Together we are stronger. As we look to deepen partnerships, let us not overlook the vast opportunities that exist in the private sector. As governments, we can shape our engagements in a thoughtful and strategic manner to benefit from additional resources and valuable expertise. As we acknowledge our achievements, we must also remember that the work is not finished. Too many children still go to school hungry. Too many families still struggle to put the food on the table, and too many governments still lack the resources to reach every child in need. This summit is our opportunity to tackle these challenges together. Over the coming 2 days, let us find new ways to advocate and convene, think through opportunities for sustainable financing, learn about new tools to better understand the progress made, and ensure our decisions are based in evidence, and celebrate country-level actions and how cities are contributing to this important work. Finland remains deeply committed to this coalition and the vision and priorities we share. We will continue to support as co-chair and to Sustainable School Meal Coalition Secretariat together with the other co-chairs. We look forward to the critical conversations in the coming days during this summit and beyond. We will continue to champion equity, to stand for the central role of governments, and to encourage the full engagement of all stakeholders. Finland's commitment is rooted in our country's history, but it is directed to the future, to the generations of children who deserve every chance to learn, to grow, and to thrive. Thank you.
Convidamos a fazer uso da
We shall now
palavra a
like to
diretora
invite
executiva do Programa Mundial de Alimentos, Cindy McCain.
Cindy McCain, Executive Director of the World Food Program.
Thank you. I have a beautifully written speech here from a young man that works for me in Rome, but I'd like to put it aside right now. I first want to thank the Vice President and all the ministers, Your Excellencies, everyone that's here today for being here and supporting this project and what we do. I want you to know that what you are doing, what you will do, and what you can do is change the world. Change the world. School feeding programs around the world are changing lives. They're changing little girls' lives. They're changing communities, and they're changing the opportunity for kids to have a real future in life. So I am overwhelmed with the amount of people that are here today and the amount of people that are participating in this. But I want to give you a challenge, if I may. Please go out and get more people involved in this, more communities, more leaders, more ministers around the world, because we need that. The world is on fire. People are starving. Children are starving. That's why school feeding programs are so important, because we can change the world one child at a time with this. So I just really want to tell you from the bottom of my heart, thank you for all the work that you do, not just within your ministries and in your community complexes, etc., but what you're doing for the children of this world. Thank you. And to Brazil, you are amazing. Thank you for leading on this, and thank you for being a part of this globally. Thank you.
Para suas palavras,
We shall now invite the head audit of the specialized units in education, sports, culture, and human rights from the Federal Account Courts of Brazil, Renata Silveira Carvalho. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being here today with us. I'd like to salute warmly all of you for your time and attention, and the person of our powerful host, Mrs. Fernanda Pacobaiba, President of the National Fund of Development of Education. They're bringing a lot of joy to this event today. I shall wish you all to have a very productive and fertile meeting of cooperation and progress. I want to say it's a great honor for me to be here representing the President of the Federal Account Court, Mr. Vital Rego. It's the second Global Summit of School Meals Coalition. For us, for our Account Court, it's a great honor to have here in Brazil representatives of so many different countries united in this commitment to assure children the right of education and healthy school meals. These are key pillars for the construction of fairer societies and more sustainable ones as well. Our Account Court in Brazil is the Brazilian institution of external control and scrutiny. We work independently to guarantee the good application of the public resources and the effectiveness of our government policies. We exercise jurisdictional function that allows us to bring managers to responsibility should we have any irregularities. It is not very common characteristic to the control institutions, but it is here the case of Brazil. We also have other different roles as well, and some that have gained more relevance, and amongst them the pedagogical role of induction role that tries to support the refinement of the public policies and strengthen governance. This combination, ladies and gentlemen, brings us a very important and unique position. Beyond surveilling, we also help to build roads that will improve the quality of the products to our citizens and services. Our look is not only for the regularity of the expenditure, but overall in the outcomes and outputs that will reach our society. It is within this context that the school meals will have a special role, dialoguing directly with SDGs, especially those aimed at eradicating hunger, promoting health and good quality education, and encouraging and stimulating sustainable development. I would like to add also that our account court is now the acting president of the international presidency of the INTOSAI, International Organization of External Control, and this reinforces our commitment of sharing experience of learning with other nations and contributing towards the good governance progress in a global scale. Under the leadership of Minister Vital do Rego, our court will have guidelines, the citizen participation, citizens, the focus of our actions, and the strengthening of the institutional relationship. These are values that will also inspire this meeting, where different countries gather to face challenges and make progress together. I wish from the bottom of my heart that this event is one more opportunity of good cooperation, of reaffirming our collective commitments, of guaranteeing that every child anywhere in the world and everywhere in the world will have access of good quality and healthy school meals. These are basic key conditions for the full development of our children. Thank you very much.
Now we'll give the floor to the mayor of the city of Fortaleza, Evandro Leitão. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and a special welcome and greeting to our Vice President of the Republic of Brazil and the Minister of Sustainable Industrial Development, Commerce and Services, our dear Geraldo Alckmin. Welcome again to our city, Fortaleza. We also would like to say thank you, Emmanuel, our governor, also greet our Minister of the Education, Camilo Santana, and also the Development Minister for Social Assistance and Fight Against Hunger, Wellington Dias. Also, Asin McCain, the Executive Director for the United Nations Program for Food, and Tahim Mohamed Saleh, the Minister and Delegate for Francophonie and Special Partnership representative from the Republic of France. Also in Valetav, the Minister of Foreign Trade, and also represent the Republic of Finland. And also I would like to Renata Silveira, representing the Federal Court of the country. And I also welcome and greet the Federal Court President, and also Fernando Copalbaíba of our education, also specialized in education. And our Vice Governor, who is here, and also Secretary of SPS, and all the secretaries on behalf of all the Education Secretariat, Liana Estrela, and all the members of the Parliament that are here on behalf of the President of our Diet, and also Vice President Gabriel and the First Lady also Fortaleza. So ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that Fortaleza hosts the second Global Summit of the School Meals Coalition, the largest international gathering dedicated to strengthening school feeding policies around the world. First and foremost, I ask for those who work tirelessly in the field of education, food security, and who understand in such a way the importance of dialogue and exchange of experience to advance this essential agenda, which is school feeding especially appropriate. So welcome to Fortaleza, the capital of y'all. I would also like to express my deep gratitude to the Minister of Education, represented by Minister Camilo Santana, to the National Fund for Educational Development, represented by President Fernanda Pacobaíba, and to the United Nations World Food Program, which in partnership with the Coalition Secretariat made this important event possible. We are facing a cause that is both urgent and transformative. The right of every child to eat well, learn with dignity, and dream of a better future. It's a duty of public authority, especially in developed countries, still marked by inequality, such as Brazil. But in Brazil's case, it has become a major challenge given the neglect and dismantling our education system faced in recent years. Fortunately, now being restored and strengthened under President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva's administration. Brazil is proud to be global reference in this cause. It was in 2003 under President Lula's leadership that the fight against hunger became more than a promise, but it became reality. Lula was the one who removed Brazil from the United Nations hunger map for the first time. And now, once again, he is building this historic achievement, proving to the world that it is indeed possible, with political will, unity, and courage to overcome hunger. The National School Feeding Program is a prime example. Nearly 40 million students served. 50 million meals provided every day. A model that combines hunger relief, support for family farming, and quality education. This legacy inspires us in here Fortaleza to take bold steps. In the first semester of our municipal administration, we announced a complete overhaul of the school meal menu. Since August 2025, our 270,000 students enrolled in municipal and partner schools have been receiving more nutritious meals with daily proteins aligned with the PNI guidelines and honoring our local food culture. The menu has come to life. On Mondays, we serve baião de dois with eggs, farofa, and fresh salad. On Tuesdays, pasta with chicken and sweet corn. On Thursday, couscous with beef and vegetables. And on Friday, our traditional pratinho junino with white rice, chicken cream, cooked vegetables, and farofa, yuca flour, a meal that connects flavor, cultural identity, and emotional memory. On Wednesday, each school chooses which dish to repeat, promoting autonomy and participation in the food routine. Fruits, which were previously part of the snack, now remain one of the menu as dessert. This reform goes beyond nutrition. We've included teachers and school staff in the meal program, from the doorman to the custodian to the director of the school and the principal of the school, that also share these meals with a gesture of responsibility and thank you for the community. So that is why we have the own resources in such a responsible way and planet. And there are another key aspect to this. A large portion of the food comes from family farms in Ceará, strengthening our local economy, supporting small producers and ensuring fresh and high-quality ingredients. Everything is planned by nutritionists who design each menu based on age-specific needs, flavor diversity, texture, and children's preference. And we're not stopping there. We understand that the fight against hunger must go beyond the classroom. It must reach those who suffer most, in neighborhoods, on the street, in the outskirts. That's why we launched the Fortaleza Sem Fome, Fortaleza Without Hunger, program which distributes soup as dinner to people in extreme vulnerability. It's not about providing food. It's about affirming that no one should be forgotten. The soup we serve is a symbol of respect, solidarity, and inclusion. And I also wanted to make sure and point out my mayor, and he is the secretary for the social protection, my wife, Cristiana Leitão, also. So the soup we serve is a symbol of respect, solidarity, and inclusion, inspired by Ceará Sem Fome, which is a Ceará without hunger. With decentralized action, we reach every empty plates persist, and we show the public power does not turn its backs on the people. When I see a child receiving their meal at school, or an elderly person welcomed by Fortaleza Without Hunger, I don't see a statistic. I see lives gaining dignity, energy to move forward, and hope for a better future. Our city still faces deep inequalities, very deep inequalities, but every plate served, whether in school or in our poorest neighborhood, is a concrete step toward closing that gap. Fighting hunger is the gateway to any policy of social justice. It's what allows children to learn, workers to produce, families to dream. It is what reaffirms to the world, our commitment to human dignity. Fortaleza, Ceará, and Brazil are united in this purpose, to build a society where everyone has the right to eat, study, and live with respect. That is the pact we renew here today in front of representatives from over 100 countries. I also wanted to point out and greet and welcome the great work of my Municipal Education Secretary, Juvan Alencar. And the second Global Summit of the School Meals Coalition is a call to action. And I affirm, Fortaleza is ready to be part of the solution with courage, humanity, and commitment. Thank you very much, all of you guys, and thank you, and welcome again to the capital of everyone, Fortaleza. Thank you.
Convidamos a fazer uso da
We shall now
palavra o
invite
Ministro de Estado do
the
Desenvolvimento
Minister
e
of
Assistência
Development
Social,
and Social
Família e
Work,
Combate à Fome
Family
do
and
Brasil, Wellington
Combat to
Dias.
Starvation and Hunger, Wellington Dias.
Muito bom dia.
Good morning.
Quero
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
agradecer
I would like to thank you, all leaders from so many different places in the world. We believe that we have at least 80 representation from 80 different countries in the world. A hand of applause, because this is really important for this coalition. And here, with our dear Vice President, Alckmin, that makes us proud of so many different things, but at this right moment, now under the leadership of President Lula, your leadership in defending Brazil's sovereignty. Congratulations from the bottom of my heart, from the northeastern people of Brazil. And now, my dear Vice President Alckmin, we're here celebrating the city of Fortaleza, state of Ceará, and yesterday, this state made a huge step for Brazil in the world. Under the leadership of Governor Elmano Freitas, our Vice Governor Jade is here. I'd like to thank the state legislature as well, the approval of the new bid the new legislation on
que dá passo decisivo para, além de combater a fome, a desnutrição, também avançarmos no combate à obesidade, o que é muito importante. Assim, eu quero agradecê-los. Meu querido amigo, e aqui posso dizer com carinho no Ceará, né, o melhor ministro aí da equipe do presidente Lula, Camilo Santana, pelo brilhante trabalho que faz no Ministério da Educação. Minha querida Cindy Macaim, nossa diretora do PMA, que nos coordena, eu quero agradecer pelas parcerias do PMA com o Brasil, que em nome do Daniel Balabian, pela organização desse evento, o Rui, também da nossa agência de cooperação, meu querido prefeito Evandro, a Gabriela também, a Cristiane aqui também, saudar aqui a Renata, a nossa querida Fernanda Copabaíba, saudar o Mohamed, aqui pela França, aqui o Otávio, aqui também pela Finlândia, minha querida Lilian, Patrícia, de modo bem simples. O Brasil, que tinha saído do mapa da fome em 2013, 2014, voltou, e quando o presidente Lula assumiu em 1º de janeiro de 2023, no ano anterior, 33 milhões e 100 mil brasileiros no mapa da fome, num país que é o 4º maior produtor de alimentos do mundo, num país que é a 10ª potência econômica do mundo. Isso, com certeza, fez com que
made us to have, under President Lula's leadership, a great national effort. And we can see the results. We reached, in 2 years, 29,400,000 Brazilians that have left food insecurity. And according to FAO, the United Nations announced that Brazil is again a country outside of the hunger map. We still have a lot of work to do. Very firmly, I'd like to say that together with the Bolsa Familia program of income transfer and other programs like the ones that you have here in the state of Ceará, Ceará without hunger, Fortaleza without hunger, the main program is the school meals, that every day we have 50 million portions delivered to our schools. We are fighting malnutrition, we are fighting undernutrition. It also means, as the students have said in the video, the possibility, once they've been properly fed, to better learn in their classes, and so we can have better results in our education efforts. That's how, from the Ministry of Social Development, we celebrate the partnerships that we do now, and this integration of states, municipalities, here, Mr. Preto Zezé, with the social movement, the importance of beyond everything that school meals represent, the effort of overcoming poverty. The direct procurement from the small farmers and producers contribute towards overcome poverty. And now with PMA, we are now working on an international way to guarantee all the conditions of broadening and increasing this effort. So I want to salute this very moment. Do count on our country, Brazil, and we do want firmly to contribute towards our partnerships, learning with all the other countries and cooperating as well for good results. Thank you very much. All the best. Wish you all good results. Thank you.
Neste momento, é lançada a cartilha para conselheiros do Programa Nacional de Alimentação Escolar, PNAE, produzida pelo
school
Ministério da
meals
Educação do
members
Brasil e
produced
pelo
by
Fundo
the
Nacional de
Ministry of Education in Brazil,
Desenvolvimento da
National Fund
Educação,
of
em parceria com o
Education
Tribunal de
Development, in a
Contas da União.
partnership with the Federal Account
Este
Courts.
ato representa o
This act
compromisso com
here
a
represents the
transparência e o
commitment with
fortalecimento das
transparency and
ações de
strengthening
alimentação
with
escolar em
school
todo o
meals
país.
actions in the
E para
country.
outras informações,
And for
basta
further
acessar o
information,
QR Code
you
que
feel
aparece
free
aqui
to
no
access the
telão.
QR code that you see here in our big
Neste
screen.
momento,
Now, ladies and
assistiremos ao
gentlemen,
vídeo
we will watch
institucional
an
do Ministério
institutional
da
video
Educação do Brasil,
from the Brazilian
que
National Ministry
apresenta o
of
Programa
Education
Nacional de
that brings
Alimentação
to you
Escolar,
the
PNAE,
National
destacando
Program of
a
School Meals,
importância da
PNAE,
alimentação
highlighting the
saudável e
importance
de
of healthy
qualidade
foods
para
and
milhões
good
de
quality
estudantes
meals for
brasileiros.
millions of Brazilian students.
A escola é o lugar de aprender, sonhar e comer bem.
Quando chega a hora da merenda, eu fico muito animada porque quando a gente chega na escola, tem vezes que a gente nem consegue merendar direito em casa, entendeu?
Ninguém aprende com fome. Então, assim, é uma política de apoio ao estudante. O estudante ele tem que estar bem nutrido, a gente tem que fornecer até 70% das calorias diárias enquanto eles estão na escola, para eles não terem que se preocupar com mais nada, só em aprender.
Eu, enquanto mãe, assim, eu não tenho o que reclamar, assim, porque é uma comida boa, de qualidade, né?
Que a gente sabe que a criança, às vezes, a única alimentação que tem é no ambiente escolar. Então, a gente faz por onde, o trabalho é árduo, é duro, mas a gente faz com amor e carinho, porque a gente sabe que lá na frente a gente vai ter um adulto melhor.
Ó, isso aqui daqui a 15 dias já vai para a escola, brócolis. As crianças, elas de manhã, elas recebem um produto de qualidade, fresco, saudável e lembrando que é um produto orgânico.
Então aqui eles têm arroz, feijão, carne, verdura, fruta e um cardápio elaborado com carinho gigantesco, fora o amor com que as merendeiras fazem.
A gente fala aqui na escola que o coração da escola é a cozinha. Então, assim, a gente pega o aluno pelo coração e pela barriga.
Eu gosto quando era do lanche, porque eles dão coisa muito boa para comer. Porque a comida que eu mais gosto aqui é a salada de frutas. Porque elas são saudáveis e também tem vitaminas.
O Brasil tem o maior programa de alimentação escolar do mundo. Todos os dias, quase 40 milhões de estudantes recebem refeições de qualidade pelo Programa Nacional de Alimentação Escolar, o PNAE. Mais que refeições, o PNAE garante saúde para aprender mais e melhor. Um programa que inspira e garante a alimentação escolar como direito de todos. E assim, vamos construindo um Brasil mais justo para nossas crianças e jovens. Ministério da Educação, Governo do Brasil, do lado do povo brasileiro.
Convidamos a fazer uso da palavra o ministro
We
de
shall
Estado
now
da Educação
invite
do
the
Brasil,
Ministry
Camilo
of Education in
Santana.
Brazil, Camilo Santana.
Bom dia.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Bom dia, gente.
Good morning.
Queria fazer um agradecimento
Thank you very much. I'd
especial
like to
primeira-dama
thank
do
the
Brasil,
First
Janja
Lady of
Lula da
Brazil,
Silva,
Janja Lula da Silva,
embaixadora brasileira da
Brazilian
alimentação
ambassador
escolar,
for
nos
school
prestigiou
meals that
de
has
forma virtual.
prestiged us
Em seu
virtually.
nome, eu queria cumprimentar e
And
pedir
I'd
uma
like
salva de
to
palmas a todas as
salute and ask
mulheres
for a
aqui
hand of
presentes,
applause to
todas
all
as
the women
mulheres
who are here with us
do mundo inteiro.
from all over the world.
Queria cumprimentar
I'd like to salute
nosso querido vice-presidente
our
da
dear Vice
República,
President
Geraldo
of
Alckmin,
Brazil,
e ministro de Estado do
Alckmin, and
Fomento e
Minister
dos
of
Comércios Civis,
Development of
agradecer
Industry and Commerce and
pela sua
Services.
presença
Thank
aqui
you,
hoje, pela
Mr. Vice
importância
President, for being here
desse
with us
evento,
today,
e
for the
pedir uma
importance
forte
of this
salva de
event,
palmas
and
ao
ask
nosso vice-presidente.
a hand of applause to our Vice President, ladies and
Cumprimentar o
gentlemen. I'd like to
querido governador
salute
do estado do
the
Ceará,
Governor of the State of Ceará, my friends,
agradecer todas
Mano
as
de Freitas. Thank you
parcerias
very
e
much for
parabenizar
all
em
the
nome de toda a sua
partnerships.
equipe.
Congratulate you and your team.
Cumprimentar meu
I'd like to
colega,
salute
grande
my colleague,
ministro Wellington Dias.
Minister
Quando eu
Dias.
for no Piauí, eu vou
When we go to Piauí, I will say that you are the best minister in the state of Piauí, where you are from. When he goes to Bahia, he says, who is the best minister? Salute the executive producers, Officer McCann, Cindy McCann. Congratulate you and thank you very much for the work. And the minister from Francophone countries here representing the Republic of France, Mohamed. I'd like to salute the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Development and representing here the Republic of Finland, Viritaville. I'd like to salute the state member of the Parliament, President of the State Legislature, Mr. Aldigueri, and all the other members of the State Legislature who are here today with us, the Mayor of Fortaleza, the hosts of all of us together, Mayor Evandro, the President of the City of Fortaleza Parliament, Leo Couto, the team of the Ministry of Education, Leonardo Marchini, the Executive Secretary, Renata Carvalho, Head Auditor of the Brazilian Account Code, and my dear President of FNDE, Fernando Pacobaíbe. I'd like to ask a hand of applause for everybody from the FNDE who have organized dearly this event, Vice Governor Jade Romero and the Vice Mayor of Fortaleza, Gabriela Aguiar, Adriana Estrela, State Secretary of Education, Gilvan Alencar, Secretary of Education for the City of Fortaleza, Mr. Volney Queiroz, President of the State of Ceará Account Court, the presidents of the Federal University of Ceará, and all the other presidents of the different universities who are here today with us. I would like especially to request a hand of applause to all the foreign delegations that have come to Brazil. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Brazil and to the state of Ceará and the city of Fortaleza. It's a great honor that we receive here in Fortaleza, state of Ceará, where I was born, the second Global Summit on Food Meal Coalition. Having delegations from 80 different countries here makes us very proud for Brazil and for the people of the state of Ceará. The choice of this city is not only geographic, it's very symbolic. We are in the land of resilience, where solidarity and education have always been the drivers of social transformation. Here, education and solidarity walk hands by hands together. It is a guaranteed right of having good school, because we believe that a good school meal of good quality is a human right and act of social fairness for all our students. The link that connects education to health, and economic development to human dignity, the future of our children to the future of our nations. The coalition for school meals was born in 2021 when we had a lot of different global challenges with the mission to guarantee healthy and nutritional meals to all children up to 2030. Brazil is proud to be, since 2023, co-president of this initiative together with France and Finland. Today, we are more than 109 countries and almost 150 partners, which makes one of the most impressive manifestations of multilateral cooperation in our times. We have 465 million children currently receiving school meals every day through governmental programs. Recalling that from 2020 up to now, we have added 80 million more than what we had in 2020. So I wanted to ask a hand of applause to all the countries that have invested and collaborate towards improving the school meals in their own countries. They are part of this coalition. Brazil reached the summit with historic experience that has already been said here, which is the national program of school meals. It was created in 1955, that celebrates now 70 years of age. It's a universal and free policy that guarantees school meals for all the basic education schools in Brazil, guaranteeing 10 billion meals a year to our Brazilian students. More than fighting hunger and starvation, the PENAI program is a pedagogic tool for health and social inclusion, strengthening family agriculture and respecting cultural traditions. PENAI, as it is known, is the key access to guaranteed food security and nutritional for a country, based on the employment of health and adequate meal, using different and safe foods, respecting cultural traditions and the food habits, beyond securing the society participation in social control through the school meals councils in all the municipalities in Brazil. President Alckmin, the national parliament today, we have the obligation of 30% of the PENAI resources that goes to the Brazilian municipalities and states must be used to buy food from family agriculture in our country. And now the national parliament just passed a new bid that's going to be sanctioned by President Lula, that we're going to go from 30 to 45% of products from family agriculture that will be an obligation to be included in school meals all over Brazil, supporting and increasing this economy network of family agriculture all over Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, hunger is a very, very important matter for this country. That's why President Lula da Silva, when he came back to his third administration, set as his priority to take Brazil out of the hunger map and guarantee food security to all Brazilian families. This achievement, ladies and gentlemen, which was reached in record time, is a direct result of President Lula's determination and the policies that have put school meals as a national priority. As President Lula said in 2023 at the United Nations, he said, inequity and starvation must bring our indignation, because the world is very unequal, and more than 735 million human beings every night go to bed without knowing what they're going to be eating in the next morning. The maximum symbol in our collective tragedy is starvation and poverty. So inspired in this commitment, President Lula worked really hard, and in August of 2025, for the second time in history, Brazil was moved away from the FAO hunger map, reaffirming the correction of our public policies of food security. I'd like to hand of applause to our Minister Dias, who was responsible for leading this effort and process in our country. This effort also is connected to the Global Alliance Against Poverty and Hunger under the leadership of President Lula in the G20 group. This initiative calls up partners and governments to double the coverage of school meals in low-income countries and medium-income countries. We are here not only to share experience, but also to learn. Each and every country will bring their own solutions and challenges that will enrich our collective capacity to work. I reaffirm, on behalf of Brazil, no child will learn on an empty stomach. Every meal served in a school is a victory, is a guarantee that a child can actually learn without being hungry, to grow and flourish and dream of a better future. I'd like to thank every single delegation for coming to Fortaleza, and that we can, in these 2 days of work, intense work, renew our commitments, launch new partnerships, and advance towards the targets of assuring healthy meals to all children in the world up to 2030. More resources to improve the cooperation of the schools, more integration between family agriculture and schools, more quality, nutritional quality in our menus, more cooperation so that no country, especially the more poor ones, will be left behind. Every time that we speak about school meals, we're speaking about hope. We are telling our children, you are important, your dreams important, and they do matter. And we will not rest until we have all children with all hunger in the classroom. Brazil is open doors. The state of Ceará is open arms. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much.
Com a palavra, o governador do estado
Now
do
we
Ceará,
give the
Eumano de
floor to
Freitas.
the governor of the state of Ceará, Eumano de Freitas.
Muito bom dia
Good morning,
a todos e todas.
everyone.
Primeiro, uma palavra de que de fato sejam muito bem-vindos.
I want you guys to know that you are very welcome.
Todas as delegações,
All the delegations
mais de 80 países,
from more than 80 countries, they are here this
E eu
morning.
queria dizer primeiro do
And I
meu
also
mais
would like to say from my
orgulho
deepest pride
de o estado do Ceará
of the state of
sediar
Ceará host
e estarmos ao encontro
and to be able
de pessoas
to
que
be with
dedicam
people who
suas
have
vidas
dedicated their lives
a garantir
to
a
ensure
alimentação escolar
a
para as
school meal
crianças
for
do
children
nosso planeta.
of our planet.
salva de
So I would
palmas
like
aos
you guys to give a round of applause for all the people that dedicate themselves for feeding effectively, and all the children have education too. We are not just meeting here by accident. We have special people here this morning, and I would like to say thank you, Geraldo Alckmin, our Vice President, I want to thank you for your sensitiveness and to be able to come and find some schedule in your busy agenda. Also, Camilo Santana, our Minister of Education, Minister Wellington Dias, thank you so much. Our First Lady, Janja, and also for all the time that she's been dedicating to collaborate with the coalition. I also want to thank you and the work, and I was really glad to hear Cindy McCain for her heart and for fervent heart and passionate heart for the work that she's been doing and the work that's been doing here, and also Tony Mohamedi representing the Republic of France, and David from Finland Republic. I also want to thank the work that we have been able to get the Vice Governor Jair Romero in the state of Ceará, and also the President of our Assembly of Deputy Congressmen, and also Mayor Evandro Leitão for the work of Fortaleza Without Hunger, and our First Lady Cristiana Leitão, and our Vice Mayor Aguiar and Leo Couto also, and all those that represent the federal court for the union, and for this event, it's Fernanda Pacobaíba for carrying out this task, and all the our state representatives that were able to approve and a very important law, Guilherme Landim, Bismarck, Leonardo Pinheiro, Guilherme Sampaio, Tim Gomes, Niso Costa, State Representative Júnior Farias, Jeová Mota, Pedro Lobo, Apóstolo Luiz Henrique. We almost had the whole state representative here together, and that really shows us the sensitiveness and the responsibility of our state representative. Again, I also want to acknowledge our state federal union and the pact for the childhood, and especially focus on one of the axes that childhood feeding, and also our public defensorship and Leandro. I would like also to welcome on behalf of our Secretary Aliane Estrela and all our congressmen, Bismarck, Jean Lecar, and also our academy in the name of our president, Federal University of Ceará, and also the Regional University of Cariri. And I want in such a special way to welcome all the professionals that work with education all over the world, that they are in the school living with our students, sometimes students who have not adequate food, and this is one of the challenges that we have to raise them. So, authority here is a representative of international organizations, ministers, public managers, educators, farmers, youth, and guests. It is a great honor for the people of Ceará to host in Fortaleza the second global summit of the School Meals Coalition. In the heart of Brazil Northeast, we reaffirm the belief that every school must offer not only teachers and knowledge, but also meals that convey care, equality, and dignity. Ceará, the state that your excellencies are meeting, has one of the largest network of full-time schools. These are a space where a youth and young people spend the day learning, playing sports, and develop life and competence through life, and especially eating healthily. For us, school meals are not just a plate of food. It is the fuel for learning. It's tool for equality. And it's a source of dignity for our children and teenagers. We have a very clear commitment. We want to feed in order to educate, and to educate in order to transform. That's why school meals in this state is connected to two central dimensions. The first one is food security for families, because we understand that a well-nourished child learns better when their family is also fed. In this regard, in this state, we have a program called Ceará Without Hunger that ensures to the Cearense people that they have access to basic and dignified food. So we perform with the civil society the distribution of 130,000 every day for the families of low-income families that, of course, they have children in our schools. And our second dimension is the strengthening of family farming, because this larger portion of ingredients is purchased and got from small local farmers. This policy generates income and keeps men and women in the countryside and promotes sustainable production. This local effort aligns with the global agenda. Under the leadership of Brazil, and proud with Finland and France, alongside with Finland and France, with more than 78 representatives that we have here this morning, we have shown that food education is one of the policies more transformative in our time. We fight for hunger, we strengthen local sustainable, we improve the health and learnership, we protect our biodiversity, and contribute also for climate change. And a very emblematic symbol is the program that has already been shared with you, the program recognized by UNESCO as a benchmark and that ensure daily more than 50 million food, and also highlights, that's what something that I would like to point out for the universal base that try to reach as much as the public schools and combine it with local farmers and sustainable farmers. At least 30% as our minister, and then we'll hope to scale up that to 40%, and that will invest to buy by the farming and local farmers, prioritizing especially for the settlements of reform, agrarian reform, and the traditional communities. This coalition also is, which a very clear goal is to 2030, that all the children in the world will be able to have nutrition and healthy food. It's not only about fighting the hunger, but also to ensure a more justice and productive future for humanity. Today, as we welcome the delegation from all continents, we want to share this part of the globe and also learn with the experience of those who are meeting today. So alongside on the journey, ladies and gentlemen, we would like you guys to also actually get to know and get to be in one of our schools. That is part of our. We're going to have lunch there with all our students. And I am sure that you guys will have an unforgettable moment and see with your own eyes how a good meal food can translate into smarter and young people with bright future. So this summit is more than a ministry meeting. It's a call to action. We need to progress. We need to advance. So in 2030, all the children scattered all over the world will have healthy and nutritious food all in our schools. Brazil, with his historic of leadership, once more, we are here to share and to change information and to, alongside with you guys, advance. Fortaleza, Ceará, and Brazil, united with the international community, with the assurance that we'll be able to feed the kids. We are also feeding their hope and for a justice and more sustainable future. In Ceará, we established one more time the commitment to our well-being, the well-being of our young people and children. So, like yesterday, our parliament, the parliament of the state, we were able to pass a Bill of Rights that we will be able to use ultra-processed in the school and private school in the state. We want effective nutrition school meals for our children and adolescents. Our public schools also have already fulfilled, and we are not offering ultra-processed food. And the other schools will follow suit, based and patronized by our National Planning for Food. In 2026, and the metric is to actually reach out 100% of healthy food in 2027 in the municipalities and schools, and within 2 years for the private also schools to adapt it. This groundbreaking measure follows the guideline of the Ministry of Education, which is led by our Minister Camilo Santana, a native born of the state of Ceará, who is part of the team of President Lula. So with the approval of this very highlight importance, we are working together to collaborate to the national model directed by our dear President Luiz Lula Silva in food habits and the guarantee and assurance of quality for the students. This initiative reflects our commitment, the commitment of the state, and prioritize the health and the development of our youth. I want to actually, to the ceremonial of this event, to proudly, as a governor of the state of Ceará, sanction the law that was approved by our parliament, and today is a law for our state. So I would like to ask permission to bring the vice governor and the president of this, our state representative. That is the guy who actually promoted this law. So I would like to invite you guys to come up stage, so we will be able to sanction this law that is going to prohibit for the processed food for our young and teenage adolescents. And this is our sharing experience for all the countries that are here today. So thank you very much.
Senhoras e senhores, com a
Ladies and
palavra,
gentlemen, we
o
would like to
vice-presidente
invite
da
the Vice
República
President of
Federativa
the
do
Federative
Brasil e
Republic of
ministro de
Brazil
Estado do
and Minister
Desenvolvimento,
of State for
Indústria,
Development,
Comércio e
Industry,
Serviços do
Trade
Brasil,
and
Geraldo
Services
Alckmin.
of Brazil, Geraldo Alckmin.
Tá ótimo. A lei do humano,
The law of El Mano, with these
virou nacional
signatures, has become national and international. Governor Eumano de Freitas, Minister Camilo Santana, Minister of Education, Wellington Dias, Minister of Social Development, Minister Tani Mohamed Soihli from France, Minister Viltavio, Finland, Cindy McCain, Executive Director of the World Food Program, WFP, Head of the Legislative Assembly, Miguel Almeida, Holden Botelho de Queiroz, President of the Court of Accounts, Mayor of Fortaleza, Evandro Leitão, and his wife, Cristiane Leitão, Councilor Leo Couto, head of the Speaker of the House of Fortaleza, Renata Carvalho, Court of Accounts, Fernanda Pocobaíba, President of FNDE, Vice Governor Jardim Romero, Vice Mayor Gabriela Aguiar.
amigas e amigos.
Dear friends,
President
Lula has requested me to bring his fraternal regards to each one of you. We are very honored. Our country, Brazil, is honored to receive 80 delegations throughout the world along these working days here in Ceará. We're honored and happy because we couldn't have a more important summit than this one here towards school meal issues. They said that they asked a mother once which of her children she loved the most, to which she responded, she said, the smallest one, up until it grows, the sick one, up until it heals, the absent, up until it comes back, the small one, up until it grows. There's nothing more important than to support, to have good public policies for the children so that they can develop. Food, protein, healthy fat, iron, zinc. These are the bricks, the small bricks that form up the brain. Glucose, vitamins. These are the fuels which promote learning. They say governing has to do with choosing, and there's no better choice than choosing a child, education, and health care. So I want to welcome Minister Camilo Santana for his work at the Ministry of Education. The government of Ceará State, it's not by chance, it is an example of advancements in the Brazilian education. It is a role model to the whole of Brazil of great advancements. It has come here almost opening the Aeronautical Technology Institute, ITA, which is an example in the area of university studies in engineering, because Ceará is a champion state in mathematics. It is the state of Ceará. And I would also like to highlight the state law which has been sanctioned here, enacted in here. Medicine, more and more, highlights the importance of healthy eating for the promotion of health. So Ceará, once again, is at the avant-garde, pioneering an example to the country to take care of the health of our children, because there's no better medicine than good food. Let me also welcome Minister Wellington Diaz for your work in President Lula's administration. Brazil has been lifted from hunger, meaning 29.4 million people out of hunger in less than 3 years. Almost 30 million people have been lifted from the hunger map. We have less than 2.8% of people in food insecurity in our country. But I want to wish you a great work to all of you. You're very well welcome. Thank you very much.
Assistiremos agora a
Now
mais uma
we'll watch
apresentação do grupo
another
musical da Escola Estadual de
presentation, cultural
Educação Profissional
presentation from
Dona Creuza
Dona
do Carmo
Creuza do
Rocha.
Carmo Rocha School.
Neste momento, convidamos os membros desta sessão de
I would
abertura
like
para a
to
foto oficial.
invite you for the picture, the official picture.
Declaramos encerrada
Now
a
we
sessão de
declare
abertura para a segunda cúpula
that the
global da
second summit
Coalizão para a Alimentação
is
Escolar.
now
Solicitamos
closed. We
a todos
ask you guys,
gentilmente
request you guys
permaneçam neste
kindly
espaço
that
em
you
seus lugares,
remain on this
aguardando a saída do
venue,
excelentíssimo
and let's wait
vice-presidente da
until the
República
Vice President of
Federativa do
Brazil leaves
Brasil,
this
Geraldo Alckmin,
venue.
para então darmos
Then
continuidade
after
à
his leaves,
programação.
then we'll continue our program this morning.
Brazil and Fortaleza. Please, can you give a round of applause for the people of Fortaleza? For the people of Brazil. Brazil, our host. It is fantastic. It is amazing. Just look at those wonderful youth who were singing just now. Listen to the wonderful speeches, the changes that have been made by Brazil when it comes to school meals. And that is what we want to showcase here. And this is the first session for us, and it is a moment of celebration. It is a moment of celebration of the great achievements that you have made. May I take this moment to welcome you, dear delegates, and a round of applause for yourselves for going around the world to be here. One more round of applause for yourselves. It needs to come out loud in this conference center. Thank you. This session is basically going to be a celebration of the achievements and the difference you've made. And for this, I am pleased to invite to the stage Carmen Burbano, the Director of School Meals and Social Protection at the World Food Programme, and the Secretariat for the School Meals Coalition. Carmen and I will jointly moderate this session. Thank you so much for coming, Carmen, and let's begin with you at this time.
Thank you so much, George. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the first session of the second Global Summit of the School Meals Coalition. As George mentioned, my name is Carmen Burbano. I am WFP's Director of School Meals and Social Protection, and I have the honor of being the Director of the Secretariat of the School Meals Coalition. This session is very dear and close to my heart. We had a very similar session in the first summit in Paris, and a lot of you remember that moment. We're going to celebrate the commitments that countries have made. We're going to take stock from the first summit in Paris, and we're going to talk a little bit about what comes next. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you the results, and we're going to launch really in this meeting the State of School Feeding Worldwide, which is a publication launched by WFP, the World Food Programme, every 2 years with the objective of saying to the world how many children are receiving meals in schools. Let's check now. Okay. This publication is launched every 2 years, is issued every 2 years, with the objective of announcing to the world how are we doing, what's happening out there in terms of school meals. And you've heard from the speeches this morning, the huge advancements of Brazil and other countries. This is one of the first things that we're going to do. Just a week ago, we launched to the media the results of this year's State of School Feeding Worldwide, which now has information from a database of 176 countries. So we have very, very robust data that's coming from partners, including, for example, the Global Child Nutrition Foundation, the World Bank, and others, that give us quite a lot of confidence of where we are right now and the numbers that we'll be presenting. We also have the advantage of now having trends from 2020, 2022, and now 2024. So we have an idea of how this is moving, are we progressing or not, and we'll see that a second. The big question that I want to answer for you in this particular part of the session is how are we doing? How far have we come? How many children are being fed in school every day? This is the answer. 466 million children. Can I get your mic? This is doing interference. Maybe that one is better. Let's check. 466 million children around the world are receiving meals in schools. You can see a few messages here from this slide which I really want to highlight for you. The first one is that this is, and we're not talking about a very small project here and there in countries around the world, as an isolated event. No, this is a worldwide priority, the world's largest safety net supporting children in high-income, middle-income, and low-income countries. This has now become a global policy priority, which is, I think, a lot of the messages that you saw here in the opening panel. Now, if we compare with the trends, what has happened in the last 4 years, one of the big announcements of this summit for you today is that we have made huge progress. You have made huge progress. 80 million additional children are receiving meals in schools since 2020, and it's all thanks to you. We don't see good news like this these days very often, and so the second message for you is that we think that this is really something to celebrate. It is thanks to the investments of governments, partners, and donors that these numbers are going up. In this day and age, when the world seems a little bleak, seems like we have more bad news than good news, this is something that we really, really want to celebrate. There's another reason why we want to celebrate, and that is where those 80 million children are. Those 80 million children are mostly in low-income countries. So the other message that I want to bring to you is that the greatest scale-up is in countries where these programs are needed the most, but also in countries that are really struggling to make sure that these programs are available. So I also want to shout out to the governments of lower middle-income countries that are making huge investments and huge efforts to scale up their investment in these programs at this moment when they are most needed. And the last bit of good news that I also wanted to share is that if we break down this information by region, Africa is the region that is leading the way. 20 million additional children in Africa are being reached by governments since the last 2 years. This is an enormous progress. Almost all of it is government investment. We want to celebrate here, and we will hear from a lot of you later in the session and in other sessions, but we want to celebrate the advancements of the government of Rwanda, the government of Ethiopia, the government of Madagascar, Kenya, and many more that are here today in their efforts of scaling up these programs for their children, for their future. The reason why this scale-up is possible is because governments are making big, big investments. The world has nearly doubled its investment in school meals over the last 4 years. So this is another big piece of big news. And 99% of that investment is coming from domestic sources of funding. So the other big message for you is that this is not a donor-driven agenda. This is a government-driven, government-led agenda, like we saw here today, the example of Brazil. Now, I don't want to let donor countries off the hook because, as our executive director said this morning, we have a lot of work to do, particularly in low-income countries that continue to have very big inequalities in coverage gaps. So even though the news is good, and we really want to celebrate the achievements, still, 30% of children in low-income countries have access to these programs compared to about 80% of children in high-income countries. So we still have a long road to go, and that's where donor support is needed. Donor support is needed to meet governments halfway and support them on this path to sustainability and self-reliance. Now, we want to celebrate, and of course this is the Global Summit of the School Meals Coalition. We want to highlight that this mobilization, the achievements that I'm presenting to you today, are in large part thanks to the School Meals Coalition, which we have been hearing from since this morning. The ministers in Brazil mentioned that the coalition has 109 member countries. Today we are announcing 2 more member countries in the session later. So now counting 111 member countries, 150 partner organizations, the coalition is one of the most successful multilateral mobilizations of recent times. And it's really thanks to you. It is your participation, it is your mobilization that is making all of this happen. Since Paris, since the last 2 years, the other thing that I wanted to mention to you is that there has been an enormous mobilization at the regional level. And we wanted to highlight this because this is a very important phenomenon in which many of you have been involved. Only in the last 2 years, we have seen 12 regional events mobilizing about 70 countries around the world, as was mentioned already this morning by Finland. So we see global momentum, we see regional momentum, and of course we see a lot of action in countries, and we will hear from all of you in the next 2 days. Now, the publication is also mentioning, and my job here at this moment is just to unpack this a little bit, because the rest of the 2 days are really going to be about this, the benefits of school meals and the evidence that we now have that these programs are incredibly powerful and really important investments. We will hear from our colleagues in the Research Consortium after lunch that these programs provide benefits that go well beyond providing a plate of food to children. They provide social protection and support to families that are struggling to put food on the table. They get children to school, they keep them there, they have special benefits for girls, and now with the new publication we are offering new evidence on these programs' effects on learning as well. We're going to be talking a lot about health, nutrition, dietary quality, and the quality of the food that these children are receiving. The importance of taking care of undernutrition, hunger, micronutrient deficiencies, but also malnutrition, overweight, obesity, and making sure that these programs are combating all forms of malnutrition. We're going to be talking about agriculture. We heard a lot from the Brazilian experience this morning, how these programs can reactivate and provide markets to farmers, provide jobs to catering companies and private sector companies locally. These are economic dynamizers at the community level, and this is something that we will be also discussing. And the final thing, these are programs that are very important in response to crises. We saw it in the COVID pandemic. We have seen it in many countries after earthquakes, after conflict. They provide children with a sense of normalcy in a world that sometimes, when countries are hit by these shocks, feels very scary to them. They protect that access to education in many ways. So the benefits are multiple, and many of you will be participating in sessions where a lot of this evidence and a lot of this conversation will be unfolding. Finally, in this summit, we are also launching not just the book, but also the global database that accompanies the data behind the book that I have just presented to you. The global database of the School Meals Coalition that is managed by the Data and Monitoring Initiative hosted by WFP. This is a global public good, is it online? And we have data for almost every country, and you can consult. The idea is that this database will continue to grow and continue to strengthen the availability of data around the world. Finally, before we go to the next segment of this first opening, I wanted to remind you what the coalition is. You are all part of it, but sometimes we don't always know what are we talking about. And we wanted to refresh your memory because in the next few sessions, in the next few days, you will be hearing from a lot of these players and you will be hearing about the coalition. I wanted to give you a bit of a map of what it is. So the coalition is essentially this bubble graph. We call it these bubbles on the left. It is led by a task force of 12 countries chaired by France, Finland, and Brazil. This task force meets every 2 years at the ministerial level. The last one was hosted by the government of Kenya. And the task force provides the direction, the guidance for the coalition for all of you. The rest of the countries meet also in the yellow slide, in the yellow bubble. This is what we are doing here. It meets every 2 years as well in global summits. The last one was in Paris. And this group is also chaired by France, Finland, and Brazil. And that is the space that we are occupying now, a rich network of peer-to-peer learning, of sharing experiences and inspiring action and innovation. The coalition is also a universe of partners. More than 150 partner organizations are here to support governments and are working together and with each other to support government commitments. Finally, I wanted to highlight for you, because you will be hearing from them in the few sessions that are coming, 4 really important initiatives. The Research Consortium for School Health and Nutrition, hosted by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, is the engine behind the research, the evidence, and the knowledge that has been produced and that you are all producing, that is really helping to make decisions and illustrating and giving us more information about this space. The Sustainable Financing Initiative, hosted by the Education Development Center, is an initiative that was set up 2 years ago to support governments in figuring out how to finance their programs. Where's the money going to come from? How are we going to pay for these very important investments? That's the SFI. You will hear from them later. The Data and Monitoring Initiative is the provider of the book that we just presented to you and the database that I just mentioned. And the Cities Feeding the Future initiative was launched, the youngest of the initiatives, hosted by the Milan municipality, the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact. It now has more than 100 cities at the municipality level that are connected in the space of school meals, many of them in Brazil as well, but they are all over the world. You will be hearing from these initiatives because they have been working with you, and they are available to work with countries as you move forward in your commitments. So as we move forward in this session and in the rest of the summit, we go into session number 2. George, do you want to join me, because this is a really important one, very close to our heart. We want to announce that we have 23 new member countries of the coalition today, and regional bodies. Now, not all of them are here with us in this room. Some of them couldn't make the trip, but we do want to take a picture with the ones that are here. Should we call them on the stage, George?
Definitely, Carmen. By the way, Carmen, I just want to start by, I just want to connect by saying that is well done to all of you. You're all back to class and you're listening very attentively. That is very important. And we are at the School Meals Coalition Summit. So, may I, therefore, can I invite the heads of delegation of the following countries: Belize, Ghana, Guinea-Bissau, Uganda. Please come forward.
Join me here on the stage.
Slovenia, Indonesia, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Kyrgyz Republic, Republic of Korea, Uruguay, the Southern African Development Community, SADC, and Yemen. Please come and join us. And also the co-chairs, France, Brazil, Finland, and the WFP Executive Director. Please come and join them. Let's recognize this moment. Let's celebrate this moment by having a picture for posterity. A good smile for the future, for the children of the future, and you're welcome to the School Meals Coalition.
Welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Please, you can take your seats again.
All right, as we welcome new members, we go into one of the most important moments of the summit, which is the commitment-making moment. Many of you remember this also from the Paris event. When countries join the coalition, they also commit to making commitments, essentially telling all of us, what are governments prepared to do for their children? What are they committing to do? And when we did this in Paris, a lot of countries came up on the stage and made these commitments, and now we see the results. 80 million additional children are being fed, mainly because these governments mobilized in the last 2 years and did what they said they were going to do. So in the next session, we are going to hear from a lot of governments that are prepared to do the same. They're going to make commitments and give us a sense of what they are prepared to do in the next few years. I want to say that not all of them are here. In the last few years, 64 member states have made commitments to the School Meals Coalition. We will hear from some of them that are prepared to tell you what they're going to do now. We're going to bring them on the stage, aren't we, George? Now, this is very tricky for George and for me because we have 19 countries that want to speak, and we definitely don't want to stay here for the rest of the afternoon. So my very difficult job, and many of you have experienced this in the past, is to keep you, all of the 19 countries that we're going to invite to the stage, to a 2-minute statement. You will have a chance to discuss and to present the full extent of your commitments later. We cannot entertain large speeches because otherwise we're going to be here until the evening. So this is going to be a short interview. I'm going to ask you, what is your commitment? What are you telling the audience? But we're going to be doing this quite quickly, aren't we, George?
Indeed,
all right,
indeed,
let's
Carmen. So let's go. And I'm going to be calling you in pairs, at least for the first few. I would like, therefore, to invite the heads of delegation of Burundi and Cameroon on stage. Please, with a round of applause from you. Burundi and Cameroon, please join Carmen.
Welcome. Please, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much. Okay, so we start with the first of the short interviews. Do you want to introduce yourself, please, to the audience, and then tell us what your commitments are? No, I hold
Repeat for me.
Can you introduce yourself?
Je m'appelle Julien, je viens du Burundi, je suis le directeur national des cantines scolaires AI. Merci.
Perfect. Can you tell us what is Burundi committing to for the School Meals Coalition?
Bon, effectivement, le Burundi a participé au premier sommet de la Coalition mondiale de l'alimentation scolaire et à propos, il a pris des engagements suivants. Il y a la poursuite de la couverture universelle de l'alimentation scolaire dans les écoles maternelles et primaires, afin qu'on doit passer de 24% jusqu'à 50% d'ici 2027 et d'aller jusqu'à 100% en 2032. Ça, c'est le premier engagement. Le deuxième engagement, c'est réviser et mettre à jour le programme national d'alimentation scolaire. Et ce programme, c'est pour mettre d'autres orientations et approches. Troisième engagement, c'est intégrer l'alimentation scolaire dans la politique de l'enrichissement de l'alimentation scolaire, quitte avec le ministère de la Santé publique. Merci.
Thank you so much. Applause for Burundi, please, because you are hoping to achieve universal coverage by 2032. Did I understand that? Yes? 2032. Universel. Yes. Okay. Congratulations. We'll keep you to that commitment. All right. Let's introduce here, and you also tell us your commitments.
Thank you very much. I'm called Evelyn Ayukegba. I'm the director in charge of school health, school sports, and co-curricular activities in the Ministry of Basic Education. Focal point to the School Meal Coalition. Yes.
Commitments. Tell us what the commitments are right now.
Well, when we joined the School Meal Coalition in 2021, we joined it with an ambitious program because in Cameroon it wasn't a reality. You know, the government was not really engaged. We had partners like WFP and some other partners involved in school feeding in Cameroon. So our main objective was to scale up to about 1 million children and to get the government involved in School Meal Coalition and school meal feeding in Cameroon, which is the reality today. Because as I speak, the government of Cameroon has already developed a school meal strategy in our country. It was validated a few days before I came here. We have developed the Sustainable Financial Initiative, in collaboration with WFP, which is already validated technically too. We have budgetary allocations in our ministry as regards school meals in our country. As a matter of fact, in a few days, we're going to make capacity building and missions all over the country to look at how sustainable school meals are going to be in Cameroon.
So big plans in Cameroon.
Yes, of course.
Thank you so much. Thank you to Burundi and Cameroon for the first commitments, and this is exactly what we're going to need to do for the other countries. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Burundi. Thank you, Cameroon. I would like now to invite the heads of delegation of the Central African Republic, La République Centrafricaine, and Chile on stage. Please join us. A round of applause for them. Give them encouragement so they can join us.
Hola. Bienvenido.
Bonjour, bienvenue.
Bienvenue, bonjour. OK, présentez-vous. Et après, the commitments.
Je suis Aurélien Simplice Zingas. Je suis ministre en charge de l'éducation nationale de la République centrafricaine.
Bienvenue, ministre. Vous êtes préparé pour dire-nous le commitment du Sierra?
C'est d'abord avec beaucoup de plaisir qu'on est venu répondre ou participer au second sommet sur l'alimentation scolaire. Nous avons pris beaucoup d'engagements dans notre pays. La preuve que l'année passée, d'abord cette année même, on a organisé la 10e sommet sur l'alimentation, la 10e journée plutôt africaine de l'alimentation scolaire à Bangui. Et les engagements que nous avons pris, c'est pour travailler afin que nous passions de 174 000 bénéficiaires à 230 000 bénéficiaires à la fin de cette année. Nous travaillons également dans les communautés afin que nous ayons des produits locaux, que les enfants puissent bénéficier des produits locaux. C'est également une manière d'insuffler l'économie au niveau de nos communautés rurales. Et aussi, nous avons transformé l'engagement qu'on a pris, la cellule, la cantine scolaire, en une direction nationale qui couvre l'ensemble du territoire national. Et nous sommes également sous le programme avec l'outil Saber. Voilà les engagements que nous avons pris et que nous travaillons pour cela, pour augmenter l'effectif des écoles, augmenter l'effectif des enfants bénéficiaires.
Thank you so much, Minister. It's about scale, but it's also about connecting to local agriculture and also institutionalization. I'm just summarizing a little bit for the audience. They have the translation, though. Okay. Bienvenido. Can you introduce yourself?
Por supuesto. Hola, soy Nicolás Cataldo, ministro de Educación de la República de Chile.
Bienvenido, ministro. Bueno, y bienvenido también a Brasil y a la coalición. Sus compromisos, los compromisos de Chile. Cuéntenos.
Bueno, Chile hizo 3 compromisos. El primero tenía que ver con fortalecer el trabajo intersectorial e interinstitucional en nuestro país para avanzar justamente en las metas en materia de alimentación escolar. Por otro lado, también nos comprometimos con fortalecer la investigación sobre la situación alimentaria de nuestros niños y niñas y también la colaboración internacional, ¿no? Hemos avanzado en las 3 líneas de manera muy potente. De hecho, en materia de colaboración internacional hemos firmado convenios con Perú, Honduras, también con Brasil, Trinidad y Tobago, por nombrar algunos de los países de la región. En materia de investigación hemos trabajado fuertemente, bueno, no solamente con la coalición, sino también a nivel nacional, con nuestras propias universidades a través de proyectos muy importantes. Y además tenemos nuestra encuesta, que es la encuesta del mapa nutricional, que hace un mapeo completo de la situación nutricional de nuestros niños y niñas, desde la sala cuna hasta la educación secundaria, y es una investigación que se hace todos los años para además hacer seguimiento al estado de nuestros niños, cómo estamos mejorando o empeorando, ¿no? Y cómo estos van cambiando y cuáles son las decisiones de política pública que tenemos que tomar interinstitucionalmente. Y aquí me voy al primero de los compromisos, que tiene que ver justamente con el fortalecimiento del trabajo interinstitucional, ya que hemos hecho una alianza muy potente con el Ministerio de Desarrollo Social y Familia, con el Ministerio de Agricultura y también con el Ministerio de Economía. Acá lo que hemos hecho es incrementar nuestra inversión en materia de alimentación escolar,
we are
llegando
actually
aproximadamente a
increase our investments to two, two, $2 for, per child daily. And this means 3 meals like breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and everything we offer them in a day. So that means we are delivering to our children 4 million of meals, which has actually been like such an increase on the level of, and try to impact more, especially for our local farmers, and also the Ministry of Economy, with 35% of these resources should be invested or allocated in the rural area to make the most of, perfect. Thank you very much.
George, next.
Thank you so much to both ministers for joining us. I would like to invite the heads of delegation of Cuba and Haiti. Heads of delegations, Haiti and Cuba. Please join us on the stage. And you both have just 2 minutes each with Carmen. I will take note of the timing.
It's a quick interview. Quick interview.
It's a quick interview.
Yes, no problem. No problem. Yes, Okay, let's start. Yep. Can you introduce yourself and then le compromis?
Là, je commence. Je suis Augustin Antoine, ministre de l'Éducation nationale, de la formation professionnelle,
Minister of.
Bienvenue, ministre.
Merci beaucoup.
Votre compromis avec l'alimentation scolaire pour l'Haïti.
Quand je suis arrivé
Meals for
comme ministre,
Haiti.
la première tâche c'était de
When I arrived at the ministry, the first task that I had was that the Prime Minister and the President signed the World School Meal Charter, saying that the school meal was indispensable for our children's learning. So we had a meeting for learning and education purposes, and I believe children who don't eat well cannot learn well. And we had a partnership with the Food World Bank, with the World Bank as well, to allow children, and especially children from the rural areas, so they could have access to school meals. Haiti has suffered a lot of gang violence, and we managed, even though, to serve 2 million children in this school year that just finished, actually 1.5 million, and up to 2030 we want to have 100% of national coverage. The government makes the commitment to the national program of school canteens, and we try to reinforce the World Food Program at the rural area, and the government actually increased the number of meals. We have this policy that we actually sustain this policy because our partners do not donate what they used to be able to back in the day. So we received 24 million for about 1 million children. So I actually promoted this partnership now. So we are in a good path, and we now in the path towards conciliation, and the families rely a lot on the school meals. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Haiti. Cuba, please. head of the Ministry of Education at the Republic of Cuba. Cuba united to the coalition in May 2022, and in March 2025 we presented our commitment. Cuba is characterized by a free universal education that we take to all the population, and we have the commitment that we've been following of having a national 100% coverage of our school meal program, despite the economic difficulties that we have every year. We include in the state budget the funding for school meals. Another element that we believe is very important, 60% of the school enrollments in early childhood and primary and secondary education, as well as all the students at the high school level that receive 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And the nutrition is also included in the school curricula since 2023, with the improvement of our plans and program, and taking all the good practices and experience from this coalition that we work at the school curriculum, because it's compulsory and complementary, and our nutritional educational process. We also have the support with the Ministry of Public Health to give a good, healthy school meals at the schools, taking care of the food that we use in these projects, and then we include the family as well in the preparation. We also have the World Program of Foods that have supported us a lot in the infrastructure of our institutions for school meals, and increasing the capacity of the local farmers in a way that we have this intersectorial, intergovernmental relationship with the support of the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, and Internal Commerce as well. We managed to unite towards this better quality.
Thank you
and
so much,
cooperation
Vice
in
Minister.
this
Very
school
big
meal.
examples of partnerships and very big commitments and objectives that both of you are trying to achieve. Thank you so much to both of you.
Please, a round of applause for these delegations and for the commitments which have been made. And I would like to invite the heads of delegations of Indonesia and the Kyrgyz Republic. Please join us here on stage. Join Carmen for that quick interview of 2 minutes each. Thank you very much. Please give them an encouraging round of applause. Getting on the stage requires a little bit of support. Do a bit of encouragement. And now over to you, Carmen.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's start. Should we start here? We start from Indonesia. Okay. Please introduce yourself. I know who you are very well, but introduce yourself. And we have a very big announcement from Indonesia. I've been looking forward to this.
Okay, I'm Sarwono, First Secretary of National Nutrition Agency from Indonesia. My background also, I am a Brigadier General retired from military. That's my background.
Okay, so this is some serious business here. Okay, he wants us to know he's very serious about this. Tell us, what's going on in Indonesia? What are the commitments that the government is making to your people, but also to the School Meals Coalition?
Okay, since last year, my president already established our agency, starting 1 year ago, on August 2024. And in the first year, actually, the target for the School Meal Coalition, this is like 17,000 beneficiary, but because my president very aware about this program, so the president pushed our organization to fulfill all the beneficiary of student Indonesia become 82.9 million and will be finished on this year.
So you're trying to feed 82 million children because the president of Indonesia made that commitment.
Yeah, because this is the first priority program of my president. And also, when we're talking about the financing, on this year, the Indonesian government already allocated 71 trillion in Indonesia, or equal 4.44 billion in US dollar. But for the next year, my government will increasing the budget 5 times from this year. I say again, 5 times for next year.
From $4 billion to $20 billion. Do I understand that correctly? Okay, commitment from Indonesia is quite impressive. And we look forward to really working with Indonesia. Once the program of Indonesia is fully scaled up, it will become the second largest program in the world. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay, right, let's go here. Can you please introduce yourself first?
My name is Samir Bek, leading specialist of the Department of School Education in the Ministry of Education, Kyrgyz Republic. Bomjia, honorable co-chairs, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Education of the Kyrgyz Republic, I'm honored to address this important summit.
You just need to tell us your commitments, though.
Okay. The Kyrgyz Republic has made a strong national commitment. Every primary school child should have access to safe, nutritious, and balanced meals. This is not only a vision, but also a legal right. In 2023, our law on education in Article 28 recognized school meals as a guaranteed right for children. In 2024, the Cabinet of Ministers adopted Regulation number 532, which sets the framework for organizing school meals in all public primary schools.
So universal coverage in the Kyrgyz Republic. Okay.
To put this commitment into practice, we have increased national financing in 2024. The daily allocation per child was doubled from 7 to 14 Kyrgyz soms. As a result, the optimized school meals program now covers almost the entire country. By 2024, 87% of state and municipal schools are implementing the program, and every school day, more than 500,000 children receive hot meals. We are also improving quality and capacity. A national training center for cooks has been established, and by 2025, all school cooks in the Kyrgyz Republic will be certified. Community engagement is a key part of our progress. Parents actively participate in school feeding committees, and their feedback helps to improve and sustain the program. And thanks. Obrigado.
Thank you so much. Very big commitments here with a goal of universal coverage for both countries. Thank you both for setting a huge bar, a very high bar for everybody. Thank you.
Setting really high bars there. Thank you very much. Now, I would also like to invite to join us here, Carmen, the heads of delegation of the Lao People Democratic Republic and Liberia. Please join us. And again, I would call on the delegates to encourage them as they move here. I'm sure that if you encourage them, they might even increase the amount of money they want to put into school meals.
Welcome.
Sejam bem-vindos.
Thank you for joining me. Thank you. Welcome. Please join me here. Okay, let's start as always. Can you tell us who you are, your name and where you work?
I am Dr. Jasso Malijala, Minister of Education, Republic of Liberia.
Welcome, Minister, Your Excellency. Tell us, what are the commitments of Liberia?
Liberia has made 11 commitments, but I think I'll highlight the 4 more catalytic ones. And first is expanding school feeding by 45%, moving from 1,200 schools to 1,600 schools. Establishing a budget line for school feeding. For the first time, our government, under the leadership of President Boakai, has allotted $1 million to school feeding, but the idea and our commitment is to expand that to $5 million annually. And to also, let me get my cheat sheet, strengthen homegrown models linking farmers and school gardens and clean cooking technologies. We're in the process of constructing feeding centers at the moment in some of our public schools. And lastly, nationalizing our school feeding policy. We're focusing on completing that in 2026.
So a huge step forward also in institutionalizing school meals.
Right, and I just want to say, with our partners like WFP and others supporting Liberia currently, we've been able to feed over 239,000 youngsters, and we're looking to expand that to over 300,000 up to 2029.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to Liberia. We move to Laos. Thank you, Minister. Again, can you introduce yourself, please?
My name is Darawon. I'm Deputy Minister of Education and Sport from Laos PDR.
Welcome, Deputy Minister. Can you share with us what the commitments of Laos are?
Actually, we have 6 commitments, but I will highlight a few of them. First, we strengthen the sustainability of the national school lunch program by dedicating budget allocation and also improving policy, system, and personnel at all administrative levels. And also expanding the school lunch program to pre-primary school, primary school, and lower secondary school in the government priority areas. Improve community knowledge of food, nutrition, health, and hygiene to ensure that we improve the well-being of our students in school.
Thank you so much to both of you for that wonderful example and for your leadership. 2 very strong women. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ministers. Et maintenant, j'ai l'honneur d'inviter à cette tribune, à cette estrade, pour nous rejoindre, les chefs de délégation du Luxembourg et du Mali. The heads of delegation from Luxembourg
and Mali.
And from Mali.
The head of delegation.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Come on in. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, let's start with Mali. Can you please introduce yourself?
Bonjour. Dans le Mali, malgré de nombreux défis, c'est tracé une réputation solide de pays engagés dans le développement de cantines scolaires.
Est-ce que vous pouvez vous votre nom? Votre...
Mon nom, c'est vrai, c'est Amadoussi Savané. Je suis ministre de l'Éducation nationale depuis 2 ans.
Très important, ministre, bienvenue. Votre compromis.
La création d'abord de la Direction nationale des cantines scolaires a donné, sur le plan institutionnel, un cadre aux cantines scolaires. C'était en 2011. En 2009, le programme national d'alimentation scolaire avait vu le jour. Il a trouvé donc un cadre institutionnel qui a permis de relancer les choses. Et en 2019, une loi a été votée pour
we actually voted out
ce cadre institutionnel.
To consolidate this institutional way of doing things. And in 2025, under the inspiration of General Demis Pata, we wanted to millions of people may be engaged in supporting of this canteen, school canteens, this constant engagement, and a very solid, especially for the school canteen. It's a national priority, and it is a strategic element at national level. So,
let's go
thank you very much.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Bon dia. My name is Stacy Rodriguez, and I am a Humanitarian Action Desk Officer for Luxembourg.
What are Luxembourg's commitments to the School Meals Coalition?
So since the creation of the coalition and us being members of that coalition, Luxembourg has committed to making school meals more equitable and sustainable. And so This has actually meant at home that we have been sourcing over 70% of products locally. We have been working towards reducing food waste and the use of plastic. We have been connecting schools directly to local farmers, and we have also been expanding access to free school meals. Ao nível internacional, o Luxemburgo esteve a apoiar programas de refeições escolares em países como o Benin, a Etiópia, o Burkina Faso, Mali e o Senegal. Nós também tivemos a trabalhar para promover soluções inovadoras e tecnológicas, por exemplo, como o Catastrophe Bonds ou a inteligência artificial para melhorar a segurança alimentar. And lastly, and very importantly, we have been actually collaborating with the UN Office of the Special Advisor for Africa, WFP, and the School Meals Coalition to highlight school meals as tools for social protection, social cohesion, and peace building. And this has actually resulted in a framing paper that is being showcased here today at the Data and Monitoring Initiative booth. And I would like to invite everyone to go and have a look at it. Thank you very much. Muito obrigada.
Thank you so much. Luxembourg, domestically and internationally, big commitments. Ministre, merci beaucoup pour votre compromis. Merci, merci. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. And let's also invite the heads of delegation for Mauritania and the Philippines. Please, I said, whenever they're coming, give them encouragement with a round of applause.
Encouragement. Very nice to see you. Very nice to meet you. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, I'm Roger Masapol. I'm the Assistant Secretary for Education Governance in the Philippines.
Okay, so can you tell us what the Philippines is committing to as part of the School Meals Coalition?
Well, we will continue to expand the reach of school-based feeding program. When we joined the coalition, we are reaching only more than 2 million learners. But now, starting this year, we are implementing or reaching the universal kindergarten for our school-based feeding program. But of course, we have a targeted intervention for wasted and severely wasted for grades 1 to 3. And then our commitments further is to universalize the feeding program for grades 1 to 3 in the next coming years. And we are also partnering with the World Food Program for the piloting of the homegrown school feeding program so that we can further expand our local produced use in school-based feeding program. Another commitment that we made, we are using the iron fortified rice in our feeding program to address our micronutrients deficiency of our learners in the school, which is one of the causes of our malnutrition in the country. And finally, we are exploring several options on how to expand the reach of our hot meals. We are considering to explore some examples of hot meals through a central kitchen, mobile kitchen, and then perhaps the mega kitchen that are being implemented in other countries.
Very impressive. So Philippines scaling up but also innovating with new centralized kitchens with fortified commodities, etc. So very interesting few years for you as well. Very busy you're going to be. Okay, let's hear from you. Can you please introduce yourself?
Je m'appelle Mariam Mohamed Sidi, chargée de mission au ministère de l'Éducation nationale. Je vais exprimer en arabe.
Okay, that's a good thing because I need a thing
About
for the translation.
my goals. I think I will need the interpreter right here. Okay. I work for the
لقد التزمت بلادنا بعدة التزامات بمجال التغذية المدرسية. الالتزام الأول جعل التغذية المدرسية ركيزة أساسية للتعليم الأطفال لا سيما في المناطق الفقيرة. ثانيا اتخاذ التدابير المناسبة لضمان أن يمثل جميع المستفيدين من الحصص الغذائية
We have some audio problem, technical problem.
لا سيما في المناطق الهشة. التزام ثلاثة دراسة سبل ووسائل
Now we have one of our commitment was to actually to be able to reach out to the most remote regions and make sure that we scale up to. And another fifth point is to give special food that they need, especially those in the remote and the very basic way they can have. And the fifth point, just give them responsibility and support, necessary support for everybody participation with our local partners, and that they are able to play the role of the role model, and to all able to reach out and to be able to work on the health and all the schools necessary around. And our seventh point is to engage the sustainability and the finance to be able to make this program available.
Thank you so much. We had a little bit of a technical problem at the beginning with the translation, but I want to assure the audience that we have
some
received
problem,
the
but now we just
and we
got
will
it.
be making them public as
So
well.
we got everything that was translated. Thank you.
The translation, c'est un peu difficile avec la traduction. You're getting it? We will share your commitments with the audience. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Shukran, Jazilin, and thank you so much. And Carmen, someone is waving and telling me we've got 5 minutes. But we
And
still
how many
have,
countries do we have to go?
we have a few more countries coming. And so I am going to now invite the heads of delegation of the Republic of Congo and the Republic of Korea on stage.
Welcome.
That encouraging applause is always warm and heartening. Thank you.
Welcome, welcome. Please join us. Yes, you can give it to my colleagues. Okay, perfect. Welcome. Okay, so let's pick this up so we can go to lunch. Can you please tell us your name?
My name is Kyuan Kim. I'm from South Korea, and I'm responsible for all kind of multi-bilateral ODA regarding with like agricultural.
And you're going to share with us your commitments.
Yes, I will. I'm gonna deliver you directly. Can I read my script? Actually, I try not to read it since you asked me, but since English is not my mother language, I cannot memorize it.
Okay, we just have about a minute though, so you need to pick, yeah?
Yep, okay. Actually, Korean government's commitment for like school meals coalition is first, increase the share of local agricultural products used in school meals while reducing ultra-processed foods. And second, cut carbon emissions from school and meals operations. And scale up our public food service integration platform to connect suppliers and schools, bringing greater transparency and efficiency to procurement. And establish a public-private academic consultative body to respond more actively to School Meals Coalition and the International School Meals Agenda. And share platform, which platform I mentioned before, platform operational data, innovations and best practices with the international community to support evidence-based decision-making. And lastly, use ODA, South-South and triangular cooperation to adapt Korea's school meals model to partner countries' needs and share our collaboration approaches.
So we have also domestic and international commitments from South Korea. Thank you so much. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Bon dia. Je m'appelle Bongamboko né Adjona Prudence.
Hi, I will speak a little bit about. I'm the director, general director of basic education in the Republic of Congo. So welcome, director.
Dis-nous le compromis.
Can you help a little bit about your commitment?
Un enfant pour
well, one child should be able to go to school, she needs to eat well. And the feed needs to be well balanced. In Congo, the government of Congo, the president of Congo, tries to respect the budget that we have annually related to school meal. The government has actually signed an agreement that 25 schools, and we have heard that we got to have some different objectives. Some are pilot schools, so to speak, and the pilot school, they will obtain for the budgets from locally. So we have some support and technical from South-South between the government, Brazil and Congo government. And we can see that this cooperation is also including South Africa. We've been trying to put into practice a green transition. So when we working on this feeding project, and we try to work with the competence government bodies to actually agencies to entrust the responsibility to enable to help, especially in our district. In this process, this procedure, it's very, very important. We have a lot of institutions that work alongside with the government. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. And now I want to actually congratulate you, Carmen. We're making it.
Okay.
And we've just got the last three. And I'm going to call on them to join us here together such that we can work with the time. So the Republic of Slovenia, Tanzania, and Yemen, please join us on stage.
Our last three countries with commitments. Thank you so much. Hello, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Et voila, welcome. Thank you so much. Okay, let me change a little bit and start here. Introduce yourself, please.
My name is Milita Gabric. I'm the State Secretary in charge of multilateral and political affairs of the Republic of Slovenia, also in function as Development Minister of Slovenia.
Okay, very welcome. Can you share with us what Slovenia's commitments are?
So Slovenia's commitments are both national and international. So if I start, and in the interest of time, I'm going to be very short. In Slovenia, we have 3 meals ensured for each kid in kindergarten and primary school, and then an additional free meal for 90% of the schools and kindergartens. So our commitment is to reach completely free of charge meals by 2027 for all kids in kindergartens and primary schools. That means 4 meals a day free of charge. That's on the national level. We've heard before how important it is to also keep in mind locally produced, locally sourced ingredients and so on. We are putting a lot of emphasis on this and on environmental impact of the ingredients that we use for the meals that are as nutritious as possible, as organic as possible, and as locally sourced as possible. And our commitment is that we have a strategy to actually reduce the food waste by 50% by 2030. That's at a national level. Internationally, I'm pleased to say that we have increased 13-fold our contribution internationally for food security. This is one of our strategic priorities, and our main partner in this regard is the World Food Program. So we support the Grain from Ukraine initiative to help sub-Saharan Africa, to help shield people there from the impact of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. We are supporting as much as we can Gaza, also through the World Food Program. It is unconscionable what we see there, kids starving, famine, that the United Nations actually announced. And of course, we have a lot of very good programs with our partners in Kenya, in Madagascar, with the World Food Program in other countries, but in the interest of time, obrigada.
Thank you so much to Slovenia. Also, both domestic and international commitments. Let's go here. Can you please introduce yourself first?
Thank you very much. My name is Liabwene Manyelika Mutahabwa, Commissioner for Education from Tanzania.
Very welcome, Commissioner. Tell us, what are Tanzania's plans? What are your commitments?
We have 5 commitments. Number 1, we want to make sure that the school nutritious meals becomes an agenda in the national food and nutrition policy and its implementation strategy. We have the documents already on the table and we are finalizing them, and they'll be completed in the year 2025-26. The second commitment was to ensure that we increase budgets allocated for school meals. For the 2025 year, we allocated about 84.3 million USD that went to school meals. And for this year, 2025-2026, we have allocated 90.3 million USD for school meals. And in Tanzania, we have another culture of engaging communities in the process of feeding our children while at school. And we have managed to make sure that all parents in Tanzania and guardians are cautious and are engaging in this business seriously. For the year 2023-24, we had reached 56% of children receiving meals just through community engagement. And for 2024-25, we have managed to reach 61% of school-aged children receiving meals through community engagement. The third commitment was to adopt the SADC school feeding guidelines and the African Union homegrown school feeding guidelines. The domestication process is continuing and they are being finalized. The fourth commitment was to make sure that we have a national technical working group that will be overseeing matters related to school feeding. And we already have that, and it has brought together all actors, private sector, development partners, research and academia, Ministry of Health, water, industry, gender, they are working together. And the last commitment was to make sure that we coordinate all stakeholders in Tanzania to provide meals. And we have what we call National School Meals Conference every year. We come together to deliberate on matters related to school feeding. And one thing, in Tanzania, we have what we call Education for Self-Reliance. Within that one, we are encouraging every school, depending on the available land, to grow something that they could use for their own. So we are teaching them that eating and working can hardly be separated. As you eat, remember working as well. So that way, we are also making our children grow and eat what they are working for themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Asante Sana. Okay, now, last but not least, we go to Yemen. Can you please introduce yourself?
محمد باسليم رئيس المكتب الفني وزارة التربية والتعليم اليمنية.
Can you please tell us what your commitments are from Yemen?
أولاً اليمن تعاني حالة حرب أهلية وصراع أهلي، ولكن برغم هذا فاليمن أعطت أهمية كبرى للانضمام لهذا التحالف. البلد مقسمة بين قوى سياسية متصارعة وقوى عسكرية، لكن وضعت الحكومة التزاماتها وقدمتها مؤخرا. اليمن يمكن آخر دولة قدمت التزاماتها، وذلك في يونيو 2025، أي قبل 3 أشهر. ولكن كانت التزامات واضحة من الحكومة اليمنية توسيع برامج التغذية المدرسية على المستوى الوطني كاملا بالاستعانة بالأشقاء والأصدقاء. ثانيا وضع ملكية وطنية
those children. And then we also have a national plan for these programs because we need to have local and national meals, and that the local and national kitchens can be integrated with the national policy. And once we have better situation, and once we improve the economy as well, we will be able to improve the students' meals. And our commitment is that it is spread out, and the commitment at the education, the cultural level, so all the students at the national level, despite the war and the difficulties, are fed
Thank you
daily
so
at
much
school.
for your commitments and for Yemen. And I think this is the last batch, right? A big
Exactly.
round of applause for all the countries,
Yes.
please. And thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Carmen. Thank you to all our speakers and your inspiring interventions and your renewed commitments. A lot of good news there that we're hearing for the future of the children around the world, and especially in your countries. As we look ahead, the path toward universal school meal coverage is clearer and stronger. Now, if you've noticed, you can already sense the aroma that's coming because there's a meal around the corner. And so we want to make sure that we're on time for that. To close this first session, it is therefore my honor to invite the co-chair of the School Meals Coalition, France, and to deliver the final remarks. And for that, I'm inviting the Minister Delegate for Francophonie and International Partnerships to join me on stage, and that's Mr. Thani Mohamed Soelihi.
Thank you very much. I will be very short because it's time to eat, and I'll speak in French. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, quelques mots vraiment pour vous remercier l'ensemble des ministres, des partenaires et des équipes qui ont
Thank all the ministers, all the partners and the teams that have contributed, because all of you contribute towards the success of this opening session and the progress that we have reached. And the 2024 report, which was published last year, I would say that all the testimonials that we see here today actually show very clearly that we have this dynamics. More and more, the country make the school meals a national priority and invest their own resources and funds, and prove that the school meals is more than an assistance, it's more than just this support, but it's a tool of resilience and improvement of education and climate resilience. We had an increase of more than 20% of children served by school meals. Rounds of applause, please, for this incredible increase in these numbers. So we have expanded our coalition since the last meeting in 2023, which proves the success of this initiative. This diversity is a strength. Every new country, every new organization that adheres to this coalition will bring a concrete solution for their own countries. The more we have it, the more we multiply the effects of our coalition at the global level, because we can see the effects everywhere. We see that investing in local farmers is very important and help as well to improve the economy. It is actually in this sense that we have the French commitment. As co-chair of the coalition, it is our ambition to keep this high level of nutrition at the world level. We in Paris, we had more than 200 delegations for the summit on growth, representing more than $30 billion to eradicate malnutrition. And I would like to mention the
action of the World Foods Program that have allowed us to have both projects and reinforce our capacity with the Excellence Center created in Brasilia. With this priority, I can tell you that France supports the school meal programs all over the world. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will close saying that our goal is that we need to transform the commitments into concrete goals for every single child. So France will invite all the partners towards international cooperation to share innovation and to feed our progress dynamics. I'd like to finish mentioning Paulo Freire, who is very, very important for Brazilians, says education will not change the world, education will change people, and it's people who change the world. So together, let's go from words to action, guaranteeing that every child will have appropriate meals at school, contributing towards their health, education, and transforming their future as well as our future, all of us together. Let's make our commitments make reality and be true, so that in 2030 a good quality school meal is a right for all children in the world. Thank you very much. And good appetite.
Ladies and gentlemen,
thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Minister.
But before you leave, just some logistical guidance on what's going to happen. It's lunchtime, and I know we want to eat, and there are some children there waiting for us. So here's some guidance for all of us. The ministers will be escorted out of the auditorium, and they'll be taken to where their cars are parked in the main entrance. That's going to happen right now. We ask all participants who have an orange badge to proceed to the mezzanine too. It's the upper floor, and you can use the escalator. Now, all other participants may proceed to the hall, which is just located to my left. If you go out, you would just see, and there's a beautiful setup and layout there for you to have lunch. And after lunch, you can join us here again at 2:15. But before you do, you can also visit the marketplace and all of those exciting exhibits which are out there. Now, I'm a very stern principal, a very stern headmaster. 2:15 is when we begin. See you then. We'll ring the bell.
Someone took his bag. I don't know if it's
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for, it's even past time for classes to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of the delegates who are still out at the marketplace, I would like you to inform the others that we were supposed to begin at 2:15. And so it means we are already behind schedule by almost 15 minutes. I hope you had a good lunch. I hope that it was also inspiring, such that you can consider it for the school meals program in the country where you're coming from, such that we have the very best of nutritious food for our young ones. Welcome, welcome. This is welcome to all the ministers rejoining us. Excellencies, you're welcome back. I will give another minute and then we will begin. All right. Let me do the formal welcome to session 2. I hope you enjoyed your good lunch, a very good one, I hope, and you had the opportunity to visit the marketplace and learn more about the partners and how they contribute to advance the work of the School Meals Coalition. This afternoon, we'll have 2 exciting sessions for you. The first session is going to be about using what works and how stronger evidence can enable decision makers like you to shape even better programs for school meals. I will be inviting the panelists very shortly, but I also want to indicate to you that there is a third session, so a session that follows the first one we're going to have, which will be about matching ambition with sustainable financing strategies. Because it's very important how we support, we match our ambitions, as we heard with all the pledges we got this morning, where we match that ambition with great financial strategies. So that will be later on. Now, I'd want to, before I invite our moderator for this session, I'd like to plead with you that it's so important for us as educators, as the ones who are working to build the School Meals Coalition and school meals in the various countries, that we do the same things that we ask of our children and students. We always ask them to be on time. And very often, for those who have been headmasters and discipline masters, when the children are not on time, we sometimes punish them. But we are moving away from that kind of way of building values. We want to just respect them. So we are 15 minutes late, and ask the discipline master, I might use the powers that have been given to me by the School Meals Coalition to extend our stay here. But I don't want to do that. So I would say we respect time now, and then we'll have lots of fun at the end of the day. But then it will mean that the moderators of the next 2 sessions will have to be really tough. So those who had statements to make, you may be called upon to make them a little tighter. So let me start this session, which is organized with the Research Consortium for School Health and Nutrition. We will learn about what the evidence is telling us and how countries are leveraging data to design, adapt, and sustain impactful school meals programs. Let me welcome to the stage Professor Don Bundy, the Director of the Research Consortium of School Health and Nutrition, which is hosted at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Professor Bundy has been a long-time leader in the school meals space and a key piece of the School Meals Coalition ecosystem. I didn't hear any applause. Thank you. I'll be handing over the stage to Professor Bundy, but allow me to invite the rest of the members of the panel that he is going to have. His Excellency, Professor Biran Khajan Roy Poda, Advisor, Minister of Primary and Mass Education from Bangladesh. Thank you. You're welcome. I really like that. Now you've got it. Every time we have someone coming, encourage them. Mrs. Fernanda, my Portuguese, I missed it. I needed to say something like Fernanda Pacubaya, President of the National Fund for Education in Brazil. You're welcome. Mr. Saidu Madugu, Director of the Commission for Education and Science of the African Union. You're welcome. I also invite Miss Arlinda de Contechao, Andre Barros Samaria Shakis, who is the National Director for School Feeding from Mozambique. And finally, Her Excellency Dr. Agnes Na Momolate, Minister of Gender and Social Protection of Ghana. You're welcome, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, you're welcome. You joined them. Professor Bundy, now I will hand over this microphone and total control of this session. Over to you.
Wow, thank you. Good afternoon. It was great to watch the session this morning, and see the very large number of delegates that are participating. I think that having two mics together is probably a problem. Okay. Thank you very much. In this session, we're going to be asking sounds like the aliens arriving. In this session, we're going to be asking what works, what is the evidence that's available to decision makers in thinking about creating cost-efficient school meals programs. And I have to say, it was great this morning to hear the representative of the French chair call out the research consortium as underpinning the work of the School Meals Coalition, and then to have that re-emphasized by Brazil and by Finland. I'm personally delighted to be here. This is the second summit, and it's my second summit, so I feel a certain symmetry with that. And the idea of celebrating the success of the School Meals Coalition, coalition now of 111 countries since this morning. That's absolutely amazing. It's extraordinary. When you look at the coalitions that exist, there are a few that get near that in terms of real engagement and commitment. And we heard this morning that there were some 466 million children being fed every day with school meals. That's nearly 500 million children every day. It is an extraordinary achievement. And as extraordinary is the fact that that number has risen by 80 million over the last 4 years, 80 million. 80 million children on its own is an incredible number. 466 is hard to imagine. And that the growth that's happened has been in those countries with the greatest need. That's also a remarkable finding and a remarkable sign of the success of what's going on. And you know, all of this has happened at a time when all of us have seen that global investment in many things is in disarray, and certainly global investment in development has not been an area that's been highly prioritized. And so we're going to ask why then do we have this remarkable success with the school meals programs? And the answer is that these programs are 99% supported by the countries themselves. These are no longer aid programs. This is public policy. This is a decision made by the countries themselves to finance their programs. And they're not doing that unless they think these are worthwhile investments. And that's what I want to just focus on before we hear directly from these many countries as to what's involved. So where's the evidence coming from? Well, we're the research consortium. This was the first initiative created by the School Meals Coalition 4 years ago now. It's a unique brains trust, a unique think tank that's truly global. We have more than 1,200 professors and practitioners from 124 countries that are part of that brains trust for school meals. And the people who are in that group, what we call the academy, the people in that group are the ones that are advising your governments. They are your advisors. They are some of the people in this room. So this is a fully connected brains trust. And we've been working together to identify what is the global evidence and what are the global goods we need to make things work. And we'll be sharing this. This is available, the Global Evidence Brief, the evidence powering the growth of school meals worldwide. So what in summary is the evidence? The evidence is really around three major drivers that make investment in school meals programs worthwhile. The first is that school meals programs are an investment in human capital, or to use another commonly used phrase, they're an investment in the well-being of future nations. By investing, and so these things I'm talking about now are things where we have clear and credible evidence that's widely accepted, that school meals increase access to education, they increase enrollment and attendance, that they increase and improve learning. And that's very important. In fact, in Fortaleza, in this building last November, UNESCO held its global education meeting, and a big part of that was to make the point that the well-being of children was an essential component of educational outcomes. Now, I think all of us who are parents already knew that, but it was not well accepted, but it is now, and that's been really well documented as a key factor. And so, if you ensure the well-being of your children, then you also leverage the investment you're already making in education. So the investment in school meals is part of that, is part of leveraging that. It also, of course, improves the health of the children at that crucial stage in life. And the final very important point on this, it specifically benefits the poorest children. The children who are going to school from poor homes, if we're going to break the cycle of poverty, they need to have the same chances, the same opportunities in life as the rest of the children. That's what makes the difference. And what we see now at all economic levels is how important that is. So I'm just going to emphasize three examples. The European Union Child Guarantee, where school meals programs are a pillar of that program in 26 out of the 27 European countries, meaning that in those countries they're seeing the need to specifically support the poorest children, give them the same chance. But we're seeing that same focus on equity in the way in which programs are set up in South Africa, in Brazil, and in China, a focus on equity. And indeed, this is what the president of Indonesia recently talked about, creating a golden generation, investing in the young people today that will be the source of the wealth and success of the country in the future. So that's number one. Number two, that school meals programs and food education change how we have our relationship with food and establish our lifelong preferences, our lifelong dietary preferences. That's when we learn what we choose to eat, what we say we like. That's when it happens. And if we choose the right things at that age and then take that evidence forward with us for the rest of our lives, it improves the health of the child and offers benefits in old age. It addresses the questions around obesity, around cardiometabolic disease. And so we can see all these health reasons why it's worth doing, but also now one of the compelling reasons is planetary health, that the choosing food that benefits the planet, choosing to grow food that doesn't harm the planet is a key part of that evidence too. And the third main point in all of this is that if all of those things exist, if all of those multi-sectoral returns are achievable with school meals programs, then they together ensure that there's a high return on that investment. And that we've now seen that in everywhere we've looked at the value for money of school meals programs, it's always been positive. So all of those things together are what has made for reliable evidence. And I'm just going to pull out a little card here, which has, so one of these is available from our desk. It's also available on the website. But this gives access to all of the evidence on the areas I just talked about. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking at that point, and I'm going to turn to the countries, because that's really what we wanted to hear. So I'm going to move back, and I'm going to ask to introduce our first speaker, Ms. Fernanda Pacobai-Bia, who's president of the National Fund for Education in Brazil, who you will all have heard this morning, to talk about Brazil's influence, particularly in experience, on using evidence for regional learning.
Boa tarde a todas e todos. Mais uma vez, uma honra ter cada um de vocês aqui. Agradecer ao professor Bandi pela liderança, por nos ajudar tanto a partir desse consórcio, trocar ideias, e ser uma pessoa tão acessível e tão bem intencionada na construção dos nossos programas de alimentação escolar. Quero falar um pouco sobre o Brasil. Acho que o mundo já sabe disso, do quanto nós temos programas estabelecidos, especialmente direcionados à população que mais precisa, à população mais pobre, e isso faz com que o país já tenha uma rede de dados bem madura, especialmente a partir da introdução do Bolsa Família, que é um programa que captura dados diversos acerca da nossa população e que nos ajuda enormemente, eu diria, no desenho das políticas públicas. E aí, no âmbito do FNDE, do nosso Programa Nacional de Alimentação Escolar, o valor aportado pelo governo federal, em torno de US$1 bilhão, é um valor que ele passa a ser bastante, eu diria, acompanhado pela sociedade, pelos órgãos de controle, pelo próprio governo federal, e é um valor que a gente precisa ter nos detalhes para onde que está indo esse dinheiro, se efetivamente ele está impactando as nossas escolas, se ele está sendo bem gasto, e ainda mais que isso, o programa brasileiro, ele é um programa gigantesco, mas ele é um programa que aportam valores não apenas do governo federal. O Brasil é uma federação e para a gente é muito importante que os entes subnacionais aportem recursos. E aí nós tomamos uma iniciativa a partir desta gestão relacionada ao monitoramento, professor Bandi, mais detalhado do recurso do FNDE, do recurso encaminhado pelo governo federal e como esse recurso está sendo investido na nossa alimentação. Um diferencial do Brasil também, os países da América Latina e Caribe partilham muito dessa iniciativa do Brasil, que é bastante promissora, é a utilização da fatura eletrônica. A nota fiscal eletrônica do Brasil, ela é um instrumento de acompanhamento das compras, das compras de vendas, incluindo as compras governamentais, que trazem uma possibilidade enorme de identificação no detalhe do que está sendo comprado, em que quantidade e para onde está sendo direcionado. A partir disso, nós começamos uma parceria com o Banco do Brasil, em que nós hoje temos uma base de dados larguíssima. A partir do momento que a gente aporta recursos nos estados e nos municípios, e esses recursos são gastos, a partir da identificação da fatura eletrônica que gastou aquele dinheiro, que o ente adquiriu o valor, a gente consegue saber o que está sendo comprado.
with those resources. This is key in Brazil due to the control of family agricultural practices. Nowadays, the family farmers, we have a list of all of them, and when they issue the electronic invoice, we see whether or not that item comes from family agriculture to allow for the control of the 30% federal resource to be destined to the family agriculture farmers, and we also managed to identify the food item that's being purchased. And this has been a strong focus to us as well due to the recent reduction announced by President Lula of the highly ultra-processed products. Up to last year, would admit up to 20% of our resources were directed towards the highly ultra-processed products. Now, from 2025 onwards, President Lula decided it was going to be only 15%, and for 2026 it's going to be only 10%. Earlier this morning, we've seen a state of Ceará of initiative for not admitting anything, zero of highly ultra-processed products in our state schools. So we see very daring and bold steps, but we all Latin people. We know that Latin people normally, we have a lot of different pieces of legislation, but we find it difficult to enforce them. Therefore, we are really concerned about having these limits in our laws, but following up very effectively of these amounts of monies. And then we made a key step for this monitoring, and with this huge data bank, Professor Ponte, that we want to share with the world as well, where the money is going, the $1 billion that we've been investing in Brazil, what's been purchased, what items are being bought. So we believe this can generate a lot of good fruits. Also, something that's really important in Brazil is the partnership with the school centers for collaboration and nutrition. We have a gigantic network of federal universities. President Lula is a president that has expanded the universities in our country. So now this funds, this program FNDE, is also present in all the different states of the federation, largely due to our universities, federal universities. So this gives us a lot of quality in our technical assistance work and makes us present in such a continental country as big as Brazil. Last, I would say that due to our group within the coalition, very good partnership with the University of São Paulo, the Federal University of São Paulo. There have been work specifically with climate change, which is very important for Brazil and very important for all of us that work with family agriculture practices, and undoubtedly what is one of the biggest proud of Brazil, which is our sustainable school meals, sustainable network. Our experience in Latin America and in the Caribbean actually allows us to be here strongly sharing at the coalition what we have as good practices regarding regional collaboration and knowledge sharing, reciprocal shares. Highs for us, the partnership with FAO is a great pride of us. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much. And I think it's a great example of the way you're tracking the systems and using that evidence to direct the way forward. So we're going to move on from Brazil, and we're going to talk about the situation in Mozambique, and particularly around the value for money studies that have been used there to guide their priority setting. And I'm going to ask Ms. Arlinda Shakise to share the perspective from Mozambique.
Bom, muito boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Professor. As Mozambican native born, we are well satisfied and to be part of the second summit, School Meal Coalition Global Summit. And talking about the aspect that really fits me, let me start that Mozambique tackle a lot of challenges, especially nutrition and education and food security. We also still have a lot of inequalities, social inequalities, and the implementation of our school meal program, it's ended up by become a strategic policy in order to generate impact for the development of the nation. Unfortunately, we haven't have a overall coverage. We still have a long way to go. But during my presentation, we are doing different researches that is very important. So we'll be able to pinpoint and also define and how we should do it in order to reach out more and better results. One of the greatest research that we have done, that especially be part of, was the cost and benefit of the school food. We call it value for money. We have done it, actually did in 2024, and it was very important because it brought a very clear, crystal clear evidence, especially strategies that will help us to make decisions in order to improve and the implementation process of our program. We would like to highlight some of the results that we have done from the relation of cost-effective from this. In this assessment that we have done, an impact assessment, we have actually had some feedback which has been in the socio-economic, and we would like to highlight, for example, the reduction of 4% of the school dropout, which has a 0.8, especially for the school performance, especially when we are looking at the continent of education, so to speak. When we look at the nutrition health care area, based on this study, we could come up with actually in anemia, actually, and also this malnutrition that has also been promoting children more healthy, that they are able to grow up more and be more productive tomorrow. And when we look at the agriculture component and especially local development, based on the study that we have done, we also have seen the creation of markets that we have and the greatest promotion of local farming and agricultural, that we have also seen a better revenue for those $4,000 for every producer or farmer. And the program for Pranay comes to help and to change the scenario, especially in the level of communities where we have the school where this has been implemented. And finally, we also have seen the component of social protection, where we've seen the permanence of the young ladies who has been a challenge for us, and we understand that the girls sometimes, if we see the girls in the school, especially the reduction of early pregnancy, and we are able to follow through and follow up, especially the indirect, that the families will correspond to 13% of the incomes, the expenses actually that of the feeding and consumerism. And we can also affirm that this study has brought us a correlation that for every dollar that has been allocated, we have a return of $4 that is back to us. And this value we realized during the presentation this morning, which is the meeting that happens in other countries, And based on the results that I've been sharing with you, we are able to see the perspective that the country will be able to have when it comes to strengthening the program. Because when we look at PRONAI, we also the strategy for development, and especially national development, and also sustainable objective, but we also look at our plan that the government is going to carry out as well, which are macro, and that we'll be able to use this to define the strategy of intervention, so we'll be able to reach out the better results. And also we are able to see that we look an overall look at the whole thing, especially at the food security and nutritional and social protection as pillars of the development. We see a need that we are able to consolidate this as a policy, as a public policy of the same state, and then guarantee and assure its institutionalization. So I would like also to highlight that in this first cycle that we are actually starting within this under 100 day, we've been assessment the performance of the government. PRONAI was part of that, and especially after 100 days of governance. So, and that was also the way we saw, especially for the school meals. Another aspect that was really important, especially for to scale up the sustainability and in order to seek out different ways of finances and guarantee that we'll be able to expand our program, not only to look at the overall budget, but also to look the interventions for private sector, for example, and also look out for others, innovative, groundbreaking that will be able to help us, among others. And our country, it's in a very well-advanced process of industrialization, and we have such a challenge for our province in the sense that they need to be competitive in a positive way. So we actually ask them to do and look for different ways to implement the program in the schools in its jurisdiction area. Another very respectful aspect is the correlation and the connection with the farming, local farming, which especially the monitoring of this, and be able to see and to double check if we are actually going on the right way, and also able to bring technological aspect that will be in such practical ways and fast, we'll be able to have results. And just to finalize my word, I would like to also highlight the expansion of PRONAI for the government is a matter of commitment. And we have already made that commitment. And the government will take responsibility, ownership of PRONAI as a public policy for the development of our social. So we could have said more, but I think this is enough for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlinda. You see, the problem is...
Muito obrigado. O problema é para falar sobre isso, né? Trazer o ponto. A gente precisa falar sobre todos os setores, porque é um retorno multissetorial que define.
I'm going to turn now to my colleague, the Excellency Professor Bidan Ranjan Roy Poda from Bangladesh, who's going to talk about the challenge of school meals in that very large population.
Thank you. His Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome all to Bangladesh. Before I going to the school meal program, I want to give a brief about our country so that you can consider the things on this background. If we think about the surface area of our country, it is a small one, 92th in position. But In population, it is a large country. It's 8th among the countries. So it is a densely populated country with different types of challenges. It is a developing country where per capita income is 10,270, but it is not evenly distributed. It is a challenge. And our school-going children from pre-primary to grade 5, it more than 20 million. And there are two types of school in our country, the government-run school and the non-government institutions. And about 53% of students studies in government-run school and others in other institutions. And usually, the economically poorer children goes to government-run schools. The number of government schools in our country, more than 65,000. In our country, school meal is running from 2001, but it is sporadic, and there is no a single program. Different government agencies, donors, and NGOs worked in that field. But now we have taken a government-run program which covers the whole country. And this program was based on the feasibility study that was conducted by WFP, and it helped us to develop the program. The previous program, usually the food supplied was fortified biscuits. It was a widespread thing. In some school, there was UST milk. There was a program for cooked hot food, but that program failed. So, in constructing this new program, we are preferring to avoid the cooked hot food. And our food basket now enriched with fortified biscuits. We are giving bun, egg, UST milk, and banana, 2 items every day, 5 days in a week. And in this program, 3.1 million students had been enrolled. The objectives of the project, and it is well known, and in this meantime, everyone has expressed this. There is enhancement of education, of health, and of economy. And this is true also for our country. But the challenges we face, I have to say, the supply capacity of the products. It is a challenge we're facing, and the management of the program. It is a fully government-run program. WFP gives us the technical support. We are facing problem in procurement and supplying to the schools, and storing the food items, distribution of foods, waste management, and community engagement in all these areas. So as it is a large program, which is run by government only. For futures, we plan to enroll other children to this project, and within 5 years, we wish to include about 7 million students in this program and spread it all over the country. So I think our experiences in running this program will help us to design a better program. And in this regard, I think the studies of WFP will help us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor. And the important picture there you were mentioning was about the case study you did with WFP early in the process of designing the program and the opportunities you're going to look for going forward. Well, I'm going to turn now to my colleague, Professor Saidu Maduju, who is from the African Union, whose responsibilities include all 55 countries of the Union. And we're going to hear a bit about how case studies are part of the thinking in terms of supporting countries to improve the efficiency of their programs. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Bandi. Bandia, good afternoon, bonjour. Okay, thank you so much. Please allow me to move in French to give my speech because you have interpretation. Thank you so much. Merci. Madame la directrice exécutive du PAM, Programme alimentaire mondial, honorable ministre, distingués invités, chers partenaires de la coalition mondiale pour l'alimentation scolaire.
A World Coalition for School Meal. So the Excellence ladies and African Union is concentrated in many countries, as my colleague has already mentioned. But we have more than 1 billion inhabitants. Actually, 1,500,000,000 inhabitants is the largest when it comes to young people, so to speak. So what we have is well-educated population, and our food program, a school's food meal program, has been representing one of the best investment that the government has actually take ownership, and this is going to help advance education, social equality, and gender equality also. In the African continent, the fact that we have these initiatives, this really shows that it's something that's really growing over the last decades, and we want to be able to feed 87 million children. What used to be 38 million in 2013. Now we have a continental commitment where most of the finance are national finance. And for many children, a school meal not only allows them to tackle hungry, malnutrition, but also help the attendance and also the grades and marks in the school, which is going to offer, and actually is going to dwindle the vulnerability and how often the attendance is going to improve also, which is really important for us when we look at vulnerable communities. So, ladies and gentlemen, besides classroom settings, as we know as teachers, this program also utilize local market product and special local farming and helping economic growth, and also establishing links and setting up links with the small local farms and supporting this system, which is our native systems. So thanks to those incentives that we have in our area, there is a very crucial and vital role, especially the validity of gender, where there's no discrimination of girls or boys or whatever. So, and that will help us to break the cycle of poverty. So this program is a pillar of development, sustainable development,
because it will be able to feed the African youthness and help them so they will be able to build a better and bright future with equality. So here we celebrate the school meal coalition, and we actually did a celebration at on the February 28th through March. We had a celebration, and we call everybody for action. And something we noticed, it was a resolution actually. We were admonishing the research organization, especially the academia, to reinforce and to share the knowledge and the researches, especially policies, and to also carry out and carry on the global impact of the feed programs that they have. Of course, we always know that research, they are also the pillars of development. So, ladies and gentlemen, as a response to this resolution, so the Commission or the Committee for South African Union and the Research Consortium, we're always thinking on health and nutrition, where we have members for this coalition. We have actually created a strategy to improve and enhance public policies and the programs that it deals with nutrition and health, and we have been working very tirelessly. And my department, which is Science and Technology and Innovation, and from South Africa, so we are co-leading the practices and for the data bank, and we also collaborate with practice community, so we'll be able to enhance and improve the studies and the research and different national levels. We always try to ensure that the school meal coalition that will also help not only this but the culture and everything in the politics too. So the knowledge sharing, the rigorous and the assessment and the assessment of the evaluation of programs. So we consider them very important and vital elements on the elaboration or the making up of the old policies. And this practice also contribute that the decisions of the state members will also, in general, that this decision may be made based on reliable data, not only on hypotheses or models or obsolete models. So, dear guests, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, so these solid researches allow us, especially those who defend school meal and school feeding, that we'll be able to have convincing arguments, so that we'll be able reasoning points, so that the result will be shown, especially for the grades or marks, and also the economic development of the local communities. These reasoning points will be able to help the good political will, and also guarantee and capture financial investments, and also help this mechanism of knowledge sharing and evaluation, and everything is essential, so we'll be able to elaborate adaptable and sustainable development programs. So here we have solid things. So all of these, we are policymakers, and that will help us to improve and enhance and position them as essential engine of this social progress and over a long run. And thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Maduju. And I very much admire that vision of feeding 87 million children in Africa. I think that is the African Union perspective. And I very much enjoyed your passion in talking about the role of research and evidence in making that happen. Thank you for that. And it's very appropriate that we turn now to one of the countries in Africa that really has moved forward on school meals over many years. And so we're now going to hear from Her Excellency Dr. Agnes Lati talk about Ghana and about the role of research and the role of local procurement in the program there.
Thank you very much, Prof. Let me take the opportunity to appreciate the coalition for this second summit, of which Ghana is happy to be part of. I also want to thank the leadership, the president, and the good people of Brazil for hosting this program. It's very important that we share experiences from time to time to encourage each other and to bring more on board, as you have done this year. The school feeding program we have in Ghana is targeted at increasing enrollment of children in school, not just increasing enrollment, but also ensuring that attendance is improved. And then the children who come are retained, because along the line, for many factors and reasons, you have children dropping out of school. So the children being able to stay in school is very important. Ghana's school feeding program, and I want to thank you for the role you've also contributed in bringing the program up to this far. You've been part of Ghana's history, and we can't tell the story without you. The program started in 2005 with just about 10 schools, and then about 1,009 children benefiting from it. This year, we are celebrating 20 years of the Ghana School Feeding Program. And it is a delight to let you know that from the 10 schools, we have over 12,000 schools now on the Ghana School Feeding Program. And then from the 1,009 students or pupils we started with, we have 4.2 million plus children on the Ghana School Feeding Program. And this program is minus those who are in the second cycle schools. And so you could see that we are making frantic effort to ensure that we cover as many children in schools as possible. The target is to have 100% coverage by 2030. And so we keep pushing ourselves to get to that target. What role has research played in all of these? In fact, data is what you use to target and retarget. When we started, we knew we wanted to do something to support children in school. But after you've gotten the meal to them, this morning, speaker after speaker has emphasized the fact that it is not just about feeding the children. The meals is more than feeding the children. But how will you know whether the feeding is all that they need, just the food is all that they need? It is data and research that helps you. When we started, there were schools that we started with, but based on data and research, we realized that we needed to retarget. And so we were able to expand and then move some of the feeding from certain schools that didn't need it as urgent as those in certain communities. And so data helped us to do that. And today, as we speak, if we are improving, it is also because of the research that has come up. Ghana is enjoying relatively a smooth work, but in terms of the school feeding. But when it comes to the issue of procurement, procurement of caterers is a challenge. We are moving from what we've been doing manually over the period to the digital procurement of caterers. And that comes with its own challenges, as in some remote areas, the data or the issues of digitalization is still yet to reach out there. Network and all others are challenges to the issue of digital caterer procurement. But then you cannot underplay the role of research and data, because it helps you to also project into the future. As we speak, we have brought the school feeding program under social protection. And we didn't just bring it under social protection because we see it as a social intervention. And we didn't just bring it there, we passed the social protection law, which makes it mandatory to keep up with the work, and my ministry plays a coordinating role of all social interventions in the country. And so being under social protection, we also are able to look beyond providing food for the children, by looking at the nutritional value it brings to the children, and also ending hunger among the children that are being fed, and then encouraging them. In fact, one of the processes we built into the system is to ensure that the children also learn table manners as part of it. But all of these things came as a result of information and research. So you get to know that, yes, in terms of handing over food for the children to eat, that is working. But beyond that, what do we want to look at? Because you are looking at the holistic growth and development of the child. We've also had a cabinet approval of our early childhood care and development policy, which we are working with. And these are policies that came as a result of reviewing the program. Monitoring and evaluation gives us the necessary information to be able to know what is working and what is not working, and how we should move on with the findings. And so I can tell you that if the program in Ghana has come this far, it is because of the issues that we identified based on data and research. We are working towards reviewing the policy, because this is linked to a policy, reviewing the school feeding policy to be able to pick on emerging issues. For instance, we've come here today and we've learned a lot from others, and I'm sure that there are one or two things people will also learn from us. So the policy which we've implemented over the 20-year period, how does it meet the current needs of the children and then all other stakeholders? But currently we are doing 100% domestic funding of the school feeding program. And that, for us, shows commitment of government. One of the things I was charged as a minister, I'm also a member of parliament, as a minister to do is to ensure that, aside the legislation, we build in quality in terms of the meals that the children are fed. And so the president is monitoring and receiving feedback from time to time as to how the quality is improved, and then how it is further decentralized for the children and the people of Ghana. Living here today, we are recommitting and affirming our efforts in ensuring that every child in Ghana of school feeding or school-going age receive the feeding, and also replicate what we have here today at the national level in Ghana to bring all stakeholders. One of them is the World Food Program on board, so that we can share experiences to move the process forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think one of the things we've seen how important research and evidence is, and really thinking through programs, we've seen how important that is. But I think we've also seen how important leadership is. And perhaps we could have another clap for the very strong
salve de palmas para a liderança, por favor, dessa equipe extraordinária.
I'm also now just going to reach out a little bit into the audience, because there's so many teams here with great stories to tell. And I'm going to ask, I'm going to try and talk to three very mature programs in the school meals area. And the first I'd like to hear about is the South Africa experience, which of course was originated by Nelson Mandela. That was part of the first 100 days statement, was about the future of children. That's exactly what the storyline was. So I wonder, Dr. Regina Muhale, if you would mind talking to us for a few moments, just a few moments on that topic. Thank you.
I wish there was a timing here, just like there. Greetings, colleagues. Speaking for South African perspective. Thank you, Prof. I didn't greet you. The Prof has indicated, it started in 1994, just immediately after the attainment of our democracy in South Africa by the founding father, Dr. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. He started at primary schools, in the needy schools, because South Africa has a bit of disparity. Then he said, no, all those who do not have, the children must be fed. And it started small, with biscuits, bread, peanut butter, and soup. Then it grew over a period of time because it was a constitutional obligation. The Constitution called for access in education, as education was not very open for all. So for everyone to access education, we had to come up with the pro-poor policies. And one of the pro-poor policies was the school nutrition program, scholar transport, no-fee schools, you can name them, so that learners can access education as per the call of our Constitution. Then we came up with the pro-poor policies, and school nutrition was one. So over a period of time, the program grew. It grew from bread and soup to fully fledged meal. And there was a collaboration of departments. The Department of Health leading in determining the menu that is nutritious in both cognitive as well as the physical growth of the child. So Department of Social Development, because those are the ones that are responsible for the welfare of the child, your Department of Agriculture, and now that we have a Department of Small Business, we work with the Department of Small Business to empower the upcoming business people to feed our children. But it's not a business, it's about a child. So now the program, in 2009, we then moved because it was only primary schools. And why, if this child at this primary school is hungry, why is the child full now when he comes to the secondary school? Then it was moved to secondary school of quintile 1, 2, 3 schools. It moved until it grew. As I speak today, we are even serving breakfast as South Africa to all the schools, 2 meals. It's a full, balanced meal with fruit, vegetables, proteins, starch, everything. Then we are feeding 10 million learners plus. So with the inclusion of the early childhood development to the Department of Basic Education, the 10 million, I'm not counting those. It's another number because that number on its own is more than 5 million of the 0 to 4 cohort. So Treasury this year has allocated 10 billion for the early childhood development over and above the budget that is there. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Well, a success story. What a success story. And let's move to another success story in a very different country, and that's Sweden. And I wonder if Pernilla Iverson would mind sharing with us some thoughts about your 80-year-old school meals program.
Thank you very much. It's not really easy to come after all these powerful stories of where different countries are, and I'm really honored to speak to you a bit about what we have done and still are doing in Sweden. To give you a bit of context, please, first a few words on our history. So provisions of food in schools have existed actually already since schooling became mandatory. That was in 1842. So in those days, this was of course food that went to the poorest children. Sweden was one of the poorest countries in Europe at the time. And then I jumped to the times after the Second World War. Between 1946 and 1969, Sweden gradually introduced free and nutritious-oriented school lunches to all children in primary education. Of course, this nutrition was key to this, but there were other objectives as well. To ease the economic burden of the poor households, and also, of course, to facilitate for women to enter the labor market. So all of this, school meals were really part of social political reforms that took place. lastly, mentioning that in 1997, we entered the right to free school lunches into the Education Act. So it's actually now part of our legislation. So that was the history. So now for the evidence. So I'd like just to mention a study done by Professor Root in the Stockholm University. He's looked at the long-term effects of giving school lunches. And the result is quite interesting. It shows that those children who got a school lunch actually have a lifetime income increase. So you have an economic effect. The years of schooling, education increased. So you get more education and better schooling. And then height, and we take that as a measure of overall health, has increased for those children. And then finally, one additional result, which is quite interesting, is that the school lunch decreased inequalities by socioeconomic background. And then in some figures, just in addition, the cost-benefit calculations show that the benefits outperforms the cost with a factor of 7 for the poorest children, but you also have an effect of 4, the factor 4 for the median child. So it's quite powerful figures. I mean, there is very clear and measurable result of how the school meals pay off. And I know we're out of time, but I really would also like to mention that there's a very strong support in the Swedish population for the school meals. We take them for granted, but we also understand how important and effective they can be. So, in fact, our international cooperation, financed by SIDA, of course, but also implemented by NGOs like WeAffect, they have school meal projects, for instance, in Guatemala, which are really doing very, very well. So finally, we still have several challenges to tackle in Sweden. For example, I mean, the school meals are not fully used to their potentials. There is so much more to do to link them to the learning process of agriculture, of healthy, sustainable diets, to local production. But it was great yesterday at the science event, really to hear about how our experiences and the research have inspired other countries like Canada and influenced their political decisions. But also for us, given the remaining challenges we have, I've seen in other of these studies that others have pointed to our challenges and the failures we have done in actually following up on everything. So I think this shows how research really can give a lot of improvements to everyone.
Thank you.
So that's what I want to say. I just want to say that there is a very interesting study of the Swedish experience, so you can learn more what we have done. You can also, you're very welcome to contact us who are here if you're more interested, or our food agency's competence center who works a lot of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pernilla. That's fantastic. And just what Pernilla's point was that yesterday we had a virtual science day involving a worldwide audience, and Canada said specifically that the results from Sweden had been what changed them from having a few really very good school meals programs to now to move towards a national program. So it's very good to see how the evidence matters. And finally, we're going to hear about another very mature program, the program in Japan, which is over 80 years old. And when I heard Dr. Lati talking about the way that schools change the behavior of children, the way that meal times at school can be vital as a sort of pro-social mechanism, I think we'll hear more about that in the context of Japan. So if I could hear from you, please, Mr. Arakawa, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Dor, and boa tarde a todos. Good afternoon. Well, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the hosting country, Brazil, and the co-chairing country, France and Finland, Bem, primeiramente, eu gostaria de estender meus sinceros gratidões para a anfitrião
to thank you, Brazil, initially, os países co-presidentes.
Steady progress in its school and initiative since the summit 2 years ago. Japan has been collecting and analyzing information on domestic and international school meal programs to share the expertise accumulated through years of implementation. According to the needs of each country, we would like to share some of the key findings. The school meal programs in Japan has been improved from various aspects. In its long history, we have set the underlying legislations, guidelines, and the manuals, and the statistical information is updated every year. For example, 2 sets of standards have been established to ensure the proper provision of school meals. One that defines the necessary nutrition intake for students, another that outlines necessary items to manage appropriate hygiene level. They guarantee the quality of school meals in both nutritional and hygienic aspects. In addition, Japan promoted shokuiku, well, roughly translated in English, food and nutrition education. So it's not about just nutrition, but about education. Well, right after World War II, in Japan, it's all about nutrition. But then now it became education as well. So what it is, we educate kids that what they eat and how much calories they take. So each month, we've got menu that shows everything to the parents and never shows the same menu in the same month. So you get the total calorie intake for the lunch, and when you go back to home, parents can see how much calories they got at school, so they can calculate for the breakfast and dinner. And the kids know what they ate and what is well-balanced food is. So the aim of shokuiku is to acquire knowledge about the food through various experiences and develop the ability to choose appropriate food, enabling individuals to practice a healthy diet. Furthermore, it significantly influences physical and mental well-being as well as character development, serving as a foundation for fostering personal development across a lifespan. Well, as part of the initiative, over 7,000 licensed nutrition teachers are assigned to elementary and junior high schools across Japan. These teachers are responsible for both the nutrition management of school meals and the food education for students, serving as key promoters of food education. Making the best of this experience, Japan has implemented tailored cooperation in response to the challenges and requests of partner governments. For example, with Malaysia, we have conducted training in Japan on developing school meal guidelines. With Mongolia, based on regional characteristics, we are providing support, such as dispatching experts to the field and conducting training in Japan to ensure the provision of safe and nutritionally balanced school meals. Furthermore, with Indonesia, Japan is cooperating to share its experience, knowledge, and know-how through training in Japan and other means to promote more hygiene and safe operation of school meal programs. In August, Japan hosted Tokyo International Conference on African Development 9, or TICAD 9. A thematic event organized by the Global Partnership for Education showcased Japan's best practices for improving children's health and nutrition through its school meal programs. Japan also shared its expertise on establishing school meal programs to address the learning crisis in Africa. Facilitating a broader discussion on school meal programs in various countries. The school meal programs in Japan actively utilizes locally and domestically produced food. This practice not only fosters regional agricultural development, and local consumption, but also nurture students' understanding on regional food culture and agriculture fishery products. This greatly contributes to the development of a sustainable food system. The initiative of local production for local consumption is school meal program is expected to contribute to the promotion of regional agriculture through the securing stable sales channels, an increase in the food self-sufficiency rates, and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions associated with transportation. In the end, we are determined to continue sharing the know-how and the knowledge we have accumulated through the years of experience to the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. So, shuku iku is the key phrase there. So fantastic. I'm now going to hand the mic back to the MC. Just want to say thank you personally to all the great presenters for those wonderful contributions, and thank you to the audience.
Thank you. Please stay with us, stay on the stage. Please don't go away. I'll be grateful if you do continue to stay with us. Thank you so much to the panelists and everyone who contributed. Now, I'm going to increase my speed in terms of how I deliver at this point because we are running really behind schedule. But there was someone who showed us eloquence and passion earlier today in the way that she was able to present at the beginning of at the opening session. I'm talking about the Executive Director of the United Nations World Food Programme, Cindy McCain, whom I'm inviting here on stage to do the closing of this session. Here you are, Edie.
Thank you. Well, don't tell my speechwriter again, but his speech is sitting on the chair. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for participating in this. As I mentioned earlier, I do have a passion for school meals programs and school feedings. And I'm not supposed to have a favorite program at WFP, but I do, and it's this one. I love it. I love it. So thank you all for being a part of this. Thank you for your expertise and your guidance on what you are doing within your own countries. It's very important as we together learn collectively from all of you what really works and what doesn't work, all the same with that. And most of all, I hope the rest of the programs today and tomorrow are helpful, are thoughtful in what you're looking for. And most of all, thank you for promoting school meals and school feeding coalitions. Thank you. And if I may, on a personal note, Your Excellency from Bangladesh, the McCain family is very proud to have our youngest child, an adopted daughter from Dhaka, Bangladesh. And she's the most lovely child there is. Thank you.
Edie, that was good. Just hold on. I would like to invite the panelists to join you to have a picture taken at this moment. As you can imagine, and you are very lucky, panelists, because you are with one of our most eloquent speakers, speaking from the heart. And those of us from the World Food Programme will not tell anyone whether she has a favorite program or not. So please, just join her on stage to have this. Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure having all of you on at this stage. Now, at this time, we should have already been having our coffee break. So I am caught in two minds now, whether to force you to stay here, but you are human beings. So I'm not going to do that. I would say, let's take the next 15 minutes such that we can break off, have a coffee, have a moment, and then we can return such that we are able to wrap up this schedule on time. This time around, I'll ring a bell just to remind everyone. Thank you very much, and see you in the next 15 minutes at 5 minutes past 4 o'clock. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back then. We now begin with our session 3, Marching Ambition with Sustainable Financing Strategies. It is a vital part of our conversation. We can do very little if there is no financing and funding to go with. Let us continue to think high, build big, consider the very best for the children around the world. But let's make sure that that comes with the necessary financing. So please join me in welcoming to the stage our moderator for this session, Dr. Lisbeth Stier, who is Chair and Senior Advisor of the Sustainable Financing, who's Chair of, I got it right, Chair and Senior Advisor for Sustainable Financing. You're welcome. Lisbeth will be taking control of this session, but permit me to invite the members of her panel here today. His Excellency Mr. Karimou Saliman, Ministry of Nursery and Primary Education of Benin. Monsieur le Ministre, please, I want to hear that encouraging round of applause that comes. Thank you so much. Benin has been doing a lot in terms of ensuring that there is funding and support for school meals in the country. Her Excellency Ms. Isabel Maria Abreu, Minister of Education, Sao Tome and Principe. Excellency, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Her Excellency Ms. Luisa Maria Alves Grillo, Minister of Education from Angola. You're welcome. His Excellency Mustafa Mamba Girassi, Minister of Education from Senegal. Monsieur le Ministre, and we also have Mrs. Tamayan Marie-Evan, Senior Operations Advisor, Education Division, Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB. We're talking money. And finally, Mr. Arno Hameliers, Country Director for Brazil International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD. That's our sister agency, Rome-based agencies of the United Nations. Now, you thought that I hyped someone but did not call, but I wanted it to be the last. So Mrs. Cristina Duarte, Under Secretary General and Special Advisor on Africa to the United Nations Secretary General. There you are, Elizabeth, your panel, your floor, your stage, over to you.
Thank you so much. Welcome to this final panel. I hope you are still full of energy. I am so grateful that I can be here. This is the most uplifting event of the entire year. I always look forward to the School Meals Coalition gatherings, and to have it in Brazil. What a wonderful country. Thank you, Brazil, for your leadership on so many areas. We are so grateful to be in this beautiful country. And thank you, of course, to the School Meals Coalition. We have said it before. I want to particularly give a shout out to the Secretariat, who have done an amazing job putting this together, to Carmen, to MJ, to the whole team that's here. Wow, we have benefited greatly. So now let's move to the financing. So exciting. I'm an economist. I love talking about finance. We're here to talk a little bit about the Sustainable Finance Initiative, but also more importantly about the experience that many of the countries on this panel have had with mobilizing the resources for this important issue. The Sustainable Finance Initiative has been in existence since 2022, and it has been working closely with governments, with international agencies, with development partners, research institutions, and others to generate actionable evidence, to provide technical assistance to countries, and to drive advocacy, to mobilize people around this issue. We've tried to put the financing issue on the agenda at national level, at global level, at regional level. And we've also supported countries as they are thinking through their strategies on financing. So over the past year, we've supported 13 countries to conduct fiscal space analysis, develop costing studies, and develop these strategies, these critical strategies to finance school meals. The Sustainable Finance Initiative has released a number of reports. I hope you will see them, or they are out there, but also online. Beautiful reports with a lot of evidence. We had our evidence session earlier. There's really good evidence about how to mobilize financing as well. So we've had a flagship report on innovative financing. We have technical papers also on debt swaps, climate finance, earmark taxes. And also recently we launched a paper on financing homegrown school meals. So what we'd like to do is really share this message, not here, but also in other venues. We've been at the annual meetings, the spring meetings, we've been at the Food Systems Summit. We need to be everywhere with our message. What we've seen is that there is a huge demand from countries for this work. Countries really are trying to figure out how to mobilize the funding and how to expand their programs. And we are really proud that we've also been able to work with the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty to really mobilize the financing plan behind the goal of reaching 150 million additional children. That was under, as you know, the Alliance was an initiative of the Brazilian government under the G20. So we have helped actually inform that strategy with costing analysis and financing data. So all in all, what we are doing here is trying to come up with a menu of options. So how do countries think about not only different options to mobilize domestic finance, but also to see how they can engage development partners. And this, both on the domestic and the international side, we've looked at sin taxes, earmarked revenue, resource revenues, debt swaps, thematic bonds, climate finance, and so on. But I don't want to spend too much time going over this, because the most important thing is that we are going to hear about all of this from our wonderful countries and international partners here. And so we are going to listen to this wonderful panel, but before that, I want to introduce Mrs. Cristina Duarte, who has been a fearless leader on this front. Energy abound. As you know, as was announced, she is the Undersecretary General and Special Advisor on Africa to the United Nations, and she will tell us, what do we do, Cristina? Over to you.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. All protocols observed. They told me that I have only 6 minutes, so all protocols observed. I'm going to jump straight to the question. How to get the money? This is the question. How to get the money? Reliable, domestically, and at speed. Allow me just to bring a couple of figures. This morning, Carmen mentioned that in Africa, in the past 2 years, Africa has been able to add 20 million children to the school feeding. Correct? Amazing, amazing, chapeau. But if we compare these 20 million with the 45 million children that reach the school age in Africa, the gap is huge. The gap is huge. It means that in the past 2 years, 90 million, in the same 2 years, 90 million has reached the school age, only 20 million have been covered. How to get the money? And to respond to that question, I will touch in 4 items very quickly. First, we need to understand Africa's financial landscape and Africa's finance paradox. Otherwise, all the solutions will be purely transactional, not transformative. Let's start with the financial landscape in Africa, and I will provide a couple of numbers if you allow me. A concrete country, I'm not saying the name of the country, allow me, but a concrete African country, these are the numbers. In 2023, that country, 77.5% means $2.2 billion of that country's health budget was funded through ODA. In the same year, 11.8%, $500 million of that country's education budget was funded through ODA. That same country, in 23, spent $28 billion in debt servicing, 60% of the budget. If we add, so no fiscal space to lend any transaction. I worked 10 years also in the banking industry. So if we add to that reality in terms of financial landscape, inefficient public spending in Africa, and we need to start talking these numbers in a very open way, allow me to provide 3 figures. Africa's initial public spending has been $78 billion annually, 12 billion in education, and 28 billion in health. So this is the financial landscape where you are trying to get money for school feeding. Second, how come this is the financial landscape? Then comes the second item of my intervention very quickly. This financial landscape has been shaped by Africa's finance paradox. In the past 60 years, Africa has been captured by this finance paradox very quickly. Africa loses $500 billion, I can provide the breakdown, on an annual basis. Allow me to repeat the number, $500 billion. Africa loses $500 billion with our right hand and begs for $60 billion on ODA. This is a paradox. If we don't address this, we will not get money for, let's say, for school feeding. What is the reason behind this? The root cause. Weak control of economic and financial flows. This is the reason we lose $500 billion. This erodes buffers, raises risk premium, channels revenues in cost of debt service, crowding out human capital investment. Everybody knows this negative, let's say, chain. Again, the $1 billion question. In this financial landscape, how to get money for homegrown school feeding. First, and I have been saying, we need to change our mindsets. It's not a transactional challenge. Transaction will come in the value chain. It's a mindset challenge. We need to, in the case of Africa, we need to move from managing poverty to manage development. So we stop losing money. Third issue that I'd like to bring to this conversation. What is the roadmap to get the money? What is the roadmap? And we have been advancing, let's say, this proposal. Step one, I believe in this room we have African policymakers and we have donors, our partners. Step one, between 26 and 2030, let's earmark 25% of ODA to school feeding. Second, within this 25% earmarked to ADA, within that, let's allocate 25% to help African countries to build strong domestic resource mobilization so they start control their budget flows. Basically, turn pilots in the policy and promise into cash flow. Fourth, once you build strong domestic resource mobilization beyond tax revenues, we have a strong country system. Then debt swaps can land. Then debt swaps can land in a transformational way, not in a transactional way. What I mean by that? If you organize a debt swap for, let's take the 28 billion, and we take the 28 billion, instead of paying the debt, we just channel to school feeding. And when it finishes, what we do? When you put the 28 billion in school feeding, what we do? We go back to the starting point. The idea is to use the debt swap, the 28 billion. Out of this 28 billion, let's earmark 25%, okay, for school feeding, and help the country build a strong DRM system. Why? To build capacity, to build a country system, so in 5 years, the country takes over the school feeding problem, the national budget. Let me bring the example of Cape Verde, very quickly. We start school feeding in 1979. In 2010, WFP came to my office and said, Minister of Finance, is over. The game is over. We'll be stop financing Cape Verde school feeding in the next budget cycle. In 2011, the 100% school feeding was financed by the budget. I had to gather every penny. But there were, in that case, there were resources. Why I have been able to do so? Because in the past 5 years, I stopped all the leakage on the expenditure side of the budget. So in terms of, let's say, in terms of losing money. My final three key message. First, homegrown school feeding is more than a hot meal. Carmen said this morning. In my case, I was Minister of Finance for 10 years. As Minister of Finance, for me, was a macroeconomic tool. There are all the benefits that you mentioned, nutrition, gender parity, school ratings, yes. But for me, was a macroeconomic tool. Was the best macroeconomic tool for me to deal with the 2008 international subprime crisis, the school feeding program. Why I say so? When procurement is designed for smallholders, public spending becomes local demand. When payments are made on time, they become bankable cash flows. When menus, as Brazil just showed, values fresh and fortified foods, it becomes better learning and productivity. This is how school feeding connects national demand to national supply, transforming food systems. My second message, if you allow me, my key message, to be transformative, aid must do more than deliver outcomes. It must also foster national-led and people-centered institutions that can deliver effectively, equitable, and accountability. Third key message, rebuilding trust requires enable states to lead. Western Africa, what you are experiencing in Western Africa, the erosion of state legitimacy as a result of the absence of the state. School feeding can be a source of trust School feeding can be a source of social cohesion. At the end of the day, school feeding can help build or rebuild state legitimacy. Of course, to unlock my fourth key message, to unlock resources at scale with the all governance approach. We just had a conversation with my dear sister, Minister of São Tomé. We need to shift from short-term projects to medium, long-term policy planning, because school feeding is beyond the electoral cycle. I'm sorry to disappoint you. From external dependence to domestic resource mobilization, from ad hoc programs to standards, digital procurement, and transparent suppliers lists and guaranteed payment cycles. This is the only way we create a strong institutional environment to get as much value as possible from debt swaps. Because if you call bankers to structure your debt swap for debt servicing, they will structure only on a transactional way, not on a transformation way. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Woo. So, this little plate of food is building nations. That is a wonderful message to start with. And I will now move to my panel that will talk about domestic finance, because the first part of our panel here will be around how countries mobilize resources domestically, the domestic first, and then the second part will focus on the role of international partners. So first of all, I'd like to ask our wonderful colleague from Benin to tell us a little bit about Benin's approach to pursuing a domestic first approach on school meals. Your country has pioneered innovative financing mechanisms such as the SDG bonds to finance the program, and you are now also working with the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty to coordinate development partner support. Minister Salome Man from Benin, how are you bringing these strands together? How are you bringing your agenda around domestic resource mobilization, financial innovation, and coordination of external support together to scale your national programs? Over to you, Minister.
Merci beaucoup. Et mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen, I will speak to you about the school meal program in Benin. Before we speak about funding, I will share with you a global view, and then I will speak to you a little bit about funding. So I will speak of both these perspectives. The national program on school meals in Benin, which is an integrated program and was also created in 2017 after a multi-sectorial approach. We had a territory collective, a base community that's really is interested in this project. And since when? Since 2017, this program allows us to improve nutrition of our students in their schools, because in this program we have monitoring of this children's health. We also improve the access, the retention as well, and also the performance of these students. So it's not only the physical part of it, but we also have the local economy that has improved a lot. 80% is actually purchased locally. Of everything that's used in the school meals is done locally in Benin. We had $23 million towards investment with this program, and this program impacts all the different ministries, and we have 7 communes there, and we see very good results in it. So we have 1,400,000 students that are fed through this program. We have in a national coverage of 75 to 80% in our country. With respect to the funding, I know we have the political will. It's one of the most important things. Should the government not decide, not make it possible for this option, starting with feeding, I think we're going to lose our goals. As we know, in Africa, this is extremely important. A child that doesn't eat, is not fed, well, of course, is not going to perform well at school. So the political will is key. And from this political will, showed and apparently also has to be showcased to the partners. In 2025, for instance, our national budget funds this project, this program. Since 2017, we have brought $100 million only in 2025. Before, we had something similar, and every year this increases a lot. So we see the government effort. We have already spoken about it. For instance, the mayors and city councils also created the tools to support the school cafeterias and canteens. And we need to know how much every commune has used in monies. With respect to the perspectives that we have, we see how we could carry on making progress. So we put together a bid, a legislation, which was sent to the national parliament. And you want our members of the parliament to vote and pass it, so we could have school meals on an ongoing fashion in our political plans. So this bid is already sent to the national parliament, and it has to take into consideration all the different aspects: taxation, improving the taxation, all other requirements have to be included in this law that's going to be launched. And with the state engagement, I believe the partners will not be as afraid. So it is something that we have worked on for the last 7 years. And we created an agency which is responsible for this, the National Nutrition and Feeding Agency. And we have a lot of partners there. We have the Dutch embassy there working with us that funds a lot of this programs in Islamic as well. Also funding to support this school meal programs with also $100 million. So we had a lot of other examples of people, institutions, and countries that are interested in this program, and this is multiplied every year. So these partners are interested because they see the state efforts, they see the national budgets, and we see the territory collective activities, and we managed to implement everything in a school meals programs. So we now have to think about the coverage of this program. We will need to be 100% coverage, made everything permanent via a piece of legislation. So we're going to be getting support from the different stakeholders in the field. So I believe if we win this, if we do so, we're going to develop a lot, because education is going to help a lot, and we need this in Benin.
Wow. That's really wonderful. The political will, the setting of a strategy, legislation, it all builds a foundation for the mobilization of resources and for bringing partners on board. Thank you very much, Minister. We are really inspired by your example. Now I will turn to Sao Tome and Principe, to Minister Isabel Abreu. Thank you so much. We would like to hear a little more about how you are mobilizing innovative finance. You have been earmarking syntaxes for school meals alongside other diverse sources of funding. Can you share a little bit about the funding model and how what lessons you've learned from this experience? And I would ask you all to keep to the 6 minutes so that we can also hear from everybody. Thank you so much.
Muito boa tarde a todas e todos presentes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Initially, I would like to thank Brazil for hosting this event here, as well as all different partners that always collaborated with our country's Santo Tomé and Príncipe with the implementation of the school meals program in our country. I would start with a little bit of a history about the transition from PAN for the creation of the PENASE. PENASE is the national program of health and school meals. In 2000, we had this transition. In 2012 to 2015. In 2016, Santo Tomé took over wholly the PENASE funding in the whole of the country. It is a universal program. It meets all the children from preschool as well as primary education up to 9th grade. For Santo Tomé and Príncipe, it's the biggest social program because 1/4 of the population in our country is encompassed by and benefits from the school meals and reinforces food security. Speaking about the creation of public policies in PENASE, the PENASE creation, we had the creation of the role of school meal strategy, and then we have an innovative model for funding. We created new sources of funding based in a piece of legislation in 2023, which is direct transfers from the budget, the country's budget, that represent the main source of resources towards the sustainability of the program. We also created a tax of 2.5% on alcohol and tobacco consumption, making Santo Tomé one of the first countries in the world to send these taxes towards health and school meals. We also create 2.5% tax on cement and tons that were imported. And for contribution of the school meals, and the meals will have a symbolical participation of $3.5 per child annually, but not in a compulsory character. It's not compulsory. It's only for those parents who are better off. We are now working on the debt swap program with Angola and some bilateral creditors with the intention of channeling the resources directly towards the sustainability of the school meals program, increasing its coverage and its quality. The coverage for all the basic education system, because we programmed up to 2030 to encompass all students up to 9th grade. In 2025, this year, during the discussion of the State General Budget Program with the Parliament, we managed to redimension 10% of the trip subsidies of all of the state budget towards PENASE. That's why we increased substantially the program's budget, which is the country's commitment. With respect to the good practices, PENASE and Santo Tomé is responsible for paying all the cooks, and the cooks are the ladies
that will make the meals, the hot meals for our children. The states will pay the salaries, people that work at the gardens as well, and the school cafeteria managers. With the support of different partners in São Tomé, we managed to have the deployment of a small chicken nursery that we managed to provide chicken and eggs for some crash schools. We also have pork that we can provide pork meal in one district to improve nutrition, and we want to increase protein in the school meals. Our infrastructures for storage and seeds distribution. Now we are engaged with the purchase of local products, and we've been working with children to consume more the local products as a way to have a better dynamics in our economy that will generate job opportunities and improvements of the income for the family agriculture. Our goal is to expand gradually to all the different levels from the first cycle all the way to the second cycle and the secondary schools as well. We have some international partners that support our country, São Tomé and Príncipe, with the rice importation that comes from China and Japan, which is a donation, and São Tomé will offer rice to all the different schools, which is used through whole the school academic year. And we also have a project, a pilot project with the Center of Excellence with resilient social technologies to the climate change. We also have the support of in-person capacity building to our dietitians in our program. With all this, I'd like to conclude by saying that São Tomé and Príncipe shows that it is so possible to put together a robust, sustainable financial model for school meals. We just have to match domestic resources, fiscal innovation, and having the international cooperation as well. We want to invest in school meals because invested in this sector, we're going to be investing in human development, education, and the future in the country. We still have some challenges, and these challenges such as improving our kitchens, because our kitchens are very old ones, old-fashioned, they've been degraded, and with respect to the environmental protection, we want to reduce the consumption of wood for the fire, and without this drastic consumption of wood, we can contribute towards the improvement of health of our cooks. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. So much creativity. I love it. Your work actually on the sin taxes, on the alcohol and tobacco tax, has been an inspiration also for the Sustainable Finance Initiative to develop a toolkit on health taxes for school meals that also other countries can use and benefit from if they wish to consider this type of intervention. Now I will turn to Angola. Angola is an ambitious plan to launch in September 2025. We are here backed by 435 million in budget and a vision to reach 5.4 million children. That is amazing. Now tell us, how are you planning to finance this? What have you been thinking of?
Thank you very much, Brazil, for hosting us once again, and all the presents here, especially those who organized this second summit on school meals. For us, we have three main reasons that made us be very ambitious. We started to say that the first one is to fight school evasion. We have very high levels, especially between girls. The second reason was to fight this subnutrition and malnutrition rates in early childhood. And the third one is to fight the family poverty. Once Angola has a lot of households which are led by women, and the poverty there is female. So we had the need of fighting these three factors which are a great burden for the development of human capital in our country that we wanted to be developed. Based on this, we did comparative studies. Benin, visited Brazil as well, Ghana as well. We visited the experience in Ghana, and then we started what the others were doing. We did not reinvent the wheel, so we tried to adjust it to our reality and our context. And we had a meeting with the different sectors that work with the social area. That's why we had the important role of the Minister of Social Development. She's the one who subscribed our participation in this coalition, and we started thinking what were the mechanisms. We have a very big child population, and we couldn't at once feed all of them. But we also knew that the school meals that we were giving at the schools were not the most adequate ones. It was mainly based in highly processed products such as biscuits and juices and soft drinks, fizzy drinks, things that were not good for the children's health. And as we had these three factors, we tried to put the programs together, sponsored by the government, so that we could develop all this. So we put together the Ministry of Agriculture, controls family agriculture as well, and small co-ops based on former military personnel. They're now working with agriculture. We calculated how much it would cost to feed one person in these poorer families, and based on local products on family agriculture. And once we got this value, we defined that this would be the initial per capita value for us to divide the population that we should start using the program of school meals. We presented to the government, we presented to the ministers that quickly accepted, and the presidents as well, so that in 2025, once it is included in the Ministry of Education budget, based in the country's development program, we have this value for the school meals program, abandon the practice of the old meal that will be given with the highly processed products. As it is mainly based in family agriculture practices, it's also a program of fostering family agriculture. What is going to increase the offer of these products. So once we have an abundance of the production of these foods, which are part of our food culture, it will be cheaper to be able to have the amounts so we can reach more and more children. It's a program that starts gradually. We're going to be prioritizing the preschool and primary school children between 3, 4, 5 years of age, all to 11 and 12 years of age will be our priorities. And up to 2027, see what we're going to be monitoring and assessing to see whether or not we're going to be able to carry on or if we should review our targets, which are very ambitious and daring. But we do not have any other way out. We have a social program for women, which is called Renda. It's a cash transfer to the families. So we also encouraging the production of other products like the feeding of chicken for the eggs, also female goats because of the milk, and with this small incentives that the government gives, the mothers, because they are the ones who that produce more and more. So acquiring these products in the field and being local products without having food from other latitudes, we managed to be able to have these amounts that the state can support, but this is what we can now, and up to now, it's only with funds from the Angola government that we're going to be feeding our children from 2025 with a different charisma. Therefore, we are aware of the challenges that we have facing us, and the program is also decentralized. The budget comes from education, but the application will go all the way to the municipalities. What the municipalities are now being mobilized so that they can also implement and add whatever is necessary to complement these meals. So what have we done? Fizemos uma tabela nutricional dos produtos que localmente são mais utilizados, como a batata doce, a mandioca, a abóbora, a cenoura, as couves, enfim, as ramas todas que nós usamos muitos vegetais. Carrots, we use a lot of vegetables. Fortunately, it's practiced in our culture, but many times they are not very well matched. That's why we have a lot of issues with malnutrition. And also doing education towards nutrition. Our main challenge is we do not have professionals that work with nutrition. So the challenge that we have, and we propose this concern to the great partner of PAN to see if we can train our cooks and dietitians so they can monitor our program and make sure that these levels were defined in the nutritional table, and if the menu that aims to match these necessary nutrients for the development of our children at the different states are being complied with, and then later on we'll be able to present it as a winner, or if we need to make an adjustment to improve what's necessary. We are aware there's a huge challenge, but we're not afraid of it, not afraid of the challenges. We do want, if in the future we can have support, okay, we are open. In the second phase, we'll be thinking, as São Tomé did, of mobilizing at the level of the company's social responsibility to sponsor some schools. This is the next step. Thank you very much.
I think you brought us all the way back to the beginning when Christina talked about economic transformation and nation building. I think you're putting this in practice here with building this local economy. So thank you for this example. So we have 30 minutes left, I see here on my big screen, and we have 3 more panelists because we're now moving into the international arena. I hope we can leave a few minutes at the end to also hear from the audience. I have a few people who want to add their voice. So I would now like to move to this really important topic of the responsibility of international partners in this. How can this resource that comes from international community that is scarce these days, it is shrinking, how can it be catalytic, how can it be aligned with what the national priorities are and complementary to domestic resource mobilization, and as Christina said, supportive of the domestic resource mobilization agenda. So we will explore here with our 3 distinguished speakers, starting actually with His Excellency Guirassy, the Minister of Education of Senegal, talking a little bit about the demand side of this international finance. Senegal is pioneering a $40 million co-financing model with the Islamic Development Bank and WFP's Nutritious Start. You are blending concessional finance and grant finance. But in addition to that, you are linking this to your own increase of your domestic resources. So, Mr. Minister, tell us how this mix of domestic resources and blended MDB and development partner finance supports Senegal's ambition to expand its school meals program. Over to you, Minister. I believe also you had been given 6 minutes.
Merci beaucoup. Merci au Brésil, merci Monsieur le Ministre, merci à tous les partenaires ici présents.
Thank you very much to all the participants for this wonderful initiative that allows each one of us in our country to learn with each other, to be in this program and follow them up as well, follow up our children as well. In Senegal, more and more, we're speaking about sovereignty. We know that things happened in Senegal in 2024. We have a huge comeback of our nation, and there was some ideologies that had to do with sovereignty. And this issue of different levels. So when we speak of it, feeding is involved as well. And since last year, we have already increased and multiplied by 4 the budget used for school meals. We had a lot of different schools, so we increased the coverage in the country. Of course, we are away from Benin, but we're trying to increase the coverage. It's not 90% for sure. And in the subsector of school meals, we see that we have good quality food. We also have partners that monitor this quality. When we speak about the national policy, there are a lot of different aspects to be touched. And the new year finishes with the new strategic plan for the school meal plans. This is going to be from 25 to 30, and we are now working specific legislation that also has to do with Benin. The colleague spoke a little bit about this, and we want this law to come soon. You also mentioned this. We have different partners, IDB, PAN, but food security and sovereignty always comes back. So we need to rethink in our own economies. Our economies are very complicated. Our sectors are very vertical and do not speak to each other. For instance, with respect to agriculture, normally we always speak about the farmers, but in countries like Senegal, 60% of people are not in this area, for instance. We speak of the universities, people are not in these geographic parts of the country. So when we speak about food, we do not concentrate only in one space, one group. So we need to think about other ways to work of different social dynamics. Thinking about the communities, thinking about the local schools, to dialogue together, that we can make progress with these school systems. And this thing of school sovereignty is approached here. This is going to change a lot. Everybody who works with this logic of agricultural products, there is a market, right? It is a market of 60%. We also speak about the role of women. They have a very strong role here. So we need to focus women here is definitely going to change our relationship with feeding, because we have to think about women here as well. Agriculture, especially when we speak about school meals, thinking about the sovereignty, we go back speaking about the effects, colonialism, which is something bad. We have introduced a bad culture. Maize, for instance, corn. Corn, for instance, it was not in our tradition. We had a paince in the beginning, and now we had the long sugar chains, and all the nutritional aspects, we have a different aspect in children. And then when we guide it to different cultures that we have, which are aimed at other countries, for instance, we sort of impoverish our own culture. So we need to diversify our agriculture and always recalling of our traditional crops and take into consideration what's good for the children. Schools need to be seen as opportunities. And in the National Ministry of Education visions, we always say how school brings all other spheres, all other fields. We can do a lot to improve our economic from school. We improve our agriculture. We need to make uniforms, so we help economy with this. We relaunch social economy. We also need to think about hygiene, as done with these projects. And what I wanted to launch to you, together with our international colleagues, is that we need to rationalize and harmonize and take into consideration everyone. So perhaps we have a lot of different interventions, such as UNICEF and PAN, and those who can intervene with goodwill. But finally, this is not going to have an impact in the system. We need to have something more impacting with what is really local. So I think it would be excellent. We need to think about people's needs, having performance indicators, follow up and monitor women in their performance, and connecting them to the educational system back. When we follow up a certain category of population, we need to put them together to the educational system. So thank you very much for the initiative that you have had here. I believe we can have more of the stakeholders here. It's a great summit that allows us to bring all our goals in front of everybody here. And I'm speaking about the generosity that were granted to us to be here. So the African countries really need to count on this generosity. We shall not be successful should we not have a 15, 20 years projection, and that we break away with this cycle that really disturbs the school system and puts everything in risk. We always think about immediate things, and this is not good. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. You very eloquently expressed how it is so important to align with national goals and vision, the sovereignty of countries, and really the need for solidarity that's aligned with countries' goals. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. I will now turn to the IDB, to Marie de Magnan. IDB has been a leader on this front as well. You've been a great partner to the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. The IDB pledged $25 billion to support this great initiative. My question to you is, what does it mean for this ambition here in this room around scaling school meals programs? How do you see that fit into that ambition? Over to you.
Thank you, Lisbeth, and thank you very much to the School Meals Coalition for the invitation. And congratulations to the organizers for this fantastic event so far on this first day. So as Lisbeth mentioned, last year at the Global Alliance launch, the IDB committed $25 billion to fight poverty and hunger. And so what does that look like practically today? We've introduced innovative balance sheet solutions to expand our lending capacity. These innovations allow us to mobilize additional resources for crucial investments, especially in the social sector: health, education, nutrition, social protection. And with these resources, we're supporting countries to address food insecurity, including but not limited to school feeding programs to reach millions of children across the Latin America and Caribbean region. So by the end of 2025, the IDB expects to have approved $4.1 billion in projects aligned with the Global Alliance. These are not just school feeding projects, but school feeding, of course, is an important pillar of the work that we do. But financial commitments are not enough. We're also providing technical expertise to ensure that every dollar is actually well spent. This includes, for example, impact evaluations on homegrown school feeding program, impacts on local economies. It includes regional studies to identify cost-efficient models in Peru, Guatemala. And Latin America and the Caribbean, as you all know, has a very strong history of pioneering school feeding programs. Many countries have developed innovative models linked to local agriculture. However, for these programs to really reach their full potential, we need greater and better spending. In 2024, regional investments in school meals reached $7.6 billion, but that only translates to 55% coverage of school-aged children. This forces difficult choices, either serving more students with less nutritious meals or serving children for fewer school days per year. And ultimately, it's the most remote and vulnerable children who often remain unreached due to the higher costs. So looking forward, Lisbeth asked, what are the barriers? Many countries in the Latin America and Caribbean region face limited fiscal space and rising debts. And while the IDB has expanded its lending capacity, this does not automatically expand the borrowing capacity of countries. We're addressing this in a variety of ways. We're partnering with donors, partners, for example, in Haiti, a $44 million project includes a contribution of $15 million from the IDB and is coupled with contributions from the Global Partnership for Education, from the WFP, to ensure that we can feed 30,000 children per year for a number of years. Another barrier is implementation. Scaling requires strong coordination between ministries, sustainable supply chains, and effective monitoring systems. Without these, programs suffer waste and inefficiencies. So the main message that we have is that the solution moving forward is not just more funding, but smarter spending. We help governments strengthen coordination and cut waste to ensure that every dollar actually translates to a school meal for a child. We also know that equity issues persist. The most vulnerable children remain the hardest to reach. We're strengthening country systems for transparency and accountability to ensure that resources reach the most in need. For example, in Mexico, we're working with the DIF to modernize the school feeding information system using new modern technologies that will reduce errors and delays in the school feeding program. Institutional fragility also threatens long-term success. Many of my colleagues here have mentioned it. Programs need strong legal, fiscal, and political foundations. So we're working with the countries in the region to build reliance by embedding the school feeding programs into durable frameworks, into securing dedicated budget lines and stable funding sources. And it's important to note that in the region specifically, more than 99% of the school meals are financed by national and domestic budgets. So this is clearly a priority in the region. But beyond that, international commitments like the School Meals Coalition and the SDGs do create incentives for sustained support to these programs. So at the IDB, we are committed to doing more and to doing better. We're innovating to expand our financial capacity through a number of financial instruments, debt swaps, blended financing, partnerships. But we know that financing alone is not enough. So we're providing knowledge, evidence, and technical assistance to strengthen institutions and improve efficiency. This dual approach, mobilizing more resources while helping countries use those resources better, is how we will turn our financial commitments into real results for the children and families of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wonderful. So now I have my last speaker on the panel here, Mr. Hameliers from IFAD. IFAD's mandate is to invest in rural areas and people in rural areas. How is IFAD deploying its financing and technical assistance to help governments transform their food systems by strengthening linkages between rural people and school meals programs? Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, IFAD really does not have a lot of different mechanisms of financing. It's grants or loans. But nutrition has become more and more important in our portfolio. I remember 7 years ago, we started really introducing nutrition into our portfolio as an important factor. At the moment, we have 60% of our projects worldwide are now which we call nutritionally sensitive, which means that they have a focus on nutrition. So we're not only working on agricultural production, but also we want to try to influence diet, because the only way we see that a food system, including agriculture, works if it produces healthy foods, diverse foods. And that's what we focus on. So we're not financing directly school feeding programs, but what we do is we try to make them work. Improve diet variety, make sure there is local food available, educate people in diverse production. So what do we do in general? We work on policy, but mainly on local policy development, because I hear a lot of national policy, but if you don't push that through to the local level, it doesn't work. We work on knowledge, we work on innovation. So what do we do then in these projects? Policy. I came from Bangladesh, I was working in Bangladesh, and it was very difficult. Now I'm in Brazil, and it's completely turned around. So our role is completely different as an organization. But we still work with local partners, develop capacities. We still work a lot in schools, because we see schools not only as an area for feeding and education, but it also, what we have seen is, it improves diets in the households. And a personal experience in Bolivia, you can even use it to improve your farming system. For example, in quinoa, what we did, we trained teachers in ecological production. They trained children and they took it home. And we generated two mechanisms. One, we had social control that they were really producing ecologically, and helped their parents in producing. So there is a two-way effect. But our main focus still is on trying to get our small farmers to produce for school feeding programs. And that means diverse small volume production, some transformation, and making sure that the product is there on the right moment. The biggest problem with a cow is you can't switch it off. No? But school feeding is only 10 months a year.
Yep. Thank you.
The main difficulties we have still in our programs is ministries of agriculture. We design projects with ministries of agriculture, and then we have to convince them to put a nutrition component in it. Procurement systems. I remember in Peru, if you wanted to supply potatoes to the school feeding program, you needed a specific truck for it. We did nothing else. Kids' choices. Kids already eat potatoes because that's from their garden. They want the new stuff, and I think that's something we need. If we recently have heard that we have now more overweight people than we have people really which are under fat, I think that's a big effect we're going to have, especially in Latin America. All our gains we make, we will invest in health.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to stand up now because I want you to stay awake because we have a very important speaker at the very end, a country that has been at the very foundations of this coalition. So I want to make sure we are all awake and we are all paying attention. I will ask for 3 very quick interventions. And by quick, I mean, can you keep it between 60 and 90 seconds? So, because we have a timeline, we have to get to the cultural event, we have to pay respect to what our Brazilian hosts are putting together for us. So, I will now ask Somalia to say a quick word. I will stay here.
Thank you, Dr. Liz. For Somalia, we are one of the countries that are trying to engage in debt swaps with one of our creditors. So at the International Conference on Financing for Development, there was the Global Hub for Debt Swaps for Development was launched. So my question is, how will the School Meals Coalition, through its Sustainable Financing Initiative, plug into the hub to promote debt swaps for school meals, and how can member countries can exchange experiences on debt swaps? Thank you.
Thank you. And this is really at the heart of the work of the Sustainable Finance Initiative. So I will ask Amy Bellinger to come and give you the answer to that question, but please contact the Sustainable Finance Initiative to help with this particular question of debt swaps. This is one of the areas we are working on. So, Guatemala, where is the, I thought we were going to have an intervention from Guatemala. Yes, there we are. Question or comment, but 90 seconds maximum.
Bueno, hola. Qué gusto estar acá. Debo
It's a pleasure to be here. I have to say from Guatemala that the most important aspect of this school meal program is based on country legislation. It's not the Ministry of Education, it's Ministry of Education. Certainly they coordinate and execute the program, but we have a coordination of different departments, state secretariats that articulate together. We have here the Ministry of Agriculture that has a direct participation from this ministry in a very important aspect that has to do with articulating the local production of food and different type of fruits, vegetables, and meats with the school meals program. And I believe this is a very important element. Guatemala has a long history of trying to have school meals programs, and we have a very solid program since 2017. So we have an investment of $160 million to more than 400 million that we believe we're going to have soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Parabéns.
so much. And I have a final comment here from colleague from SNV.
Thank you so much. I'm Simon O'Connell, the CEO of SNV. I put my notes away, Elizabeth, so I'll be as brief as I can. Undersecretary General Duarte, Christina, I wanted to build on your point around how do we get the money, but how do we get the right form of money? At SNV, we're working on kind of big blended finance initiatives within something called the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development, which is mobilizing ticket sizes investment money of around 15 million euro, shrimp in the mangroves of Vietnam, or saline-resistant rice in Bangladesh, solar cooling of horticultural produce in Kenya, and then we're doing a ton of the grant-based work around results-based financing with small and medium enterprises in the 25 or so countries where we work. That's contributing with a company called Pearl Dairy in Uganda to 1 million children getting improved access to nutrition products. It's contributing to more regenerative agriculture and productive use of renewable energy initiatives in many of the countries where we work, particularly East Africa. But we're not bridging the gap between the grant monies and the investment money adequately enough. We're not doing enough along the impact capital continuum. So my aha moment earlier today was, but wow, as Mariana Mazzucato, I think, said this morning, or maybe last night, I'm losing track of time, it's about market shaping. And if we put schools at the center of those markets, we underwrite the risks for investors, we create more of a predictable guarantee for off-takers, and therefore we can bring down the price of that financing, and then we can move beyond the ongoing kind of grant to grant to grant structures at a time when official development assistance money is so constrained, and start to catalyze in that investment money. So that's my aha. Fabulous panel. Thank you for indulging me, Lisbeth.
Well, thank you so much. We are extremely grateful to our panel here, and I see the MC waiting in the wings to announce the next speaker for whom we are all looking forward. I remember the first meeting of this coalition in Finland, and it was wonderful. So thank you so much, panelists. I enjoyed so much your contributions. Do we stay on stage? We will stay here. You can stay here. But I want to thank you. It was wonderful to hear your contributions, and thank you to the audience for listening. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Lisbeth. Please, a round of applause for her. A big round of applause for her. Moderation par excellence. And it was a wonderful panel. When we are talking money and how we can get more money and how we can do it well, it's always very interesting because that's where we then put things in order. So, moving on very quickly then, as Lisbeth just mentioned, it is my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Veel Tavio, Minister for Foreign Trade and Development of Finland, and one of the co-chairs of the School Meals Coalition, to deliver the closing remarks for this session. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Lisbeth Ster, and thank you to all speakers and participants for rich and forward-looking discussion. We have heard powerful examples today, from Benin's SDG bond issuance to Sao Tome's syntax legislation, from Paraguay's hydroelectric revenue model to Angola's $435 million domestic investment. Senegal's five-fold increase in school meal funding and its innovative co-financing model with WFP and multilateral development banks shows how domestic resources and blended finance can reinforce each other. Sierra Leone's Partnership Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany and the Sustainable Financing Initiative is helping build a robust framework for climate-smart, homegrown school feeding. I want to acknowledge the leadership in this room. It's clear the momentum is now. Solutions are emerging, and the will to act is now stronger than ever. School meals are not just national programs anymore, they are a global movement. In recent years, we've witnessed unprecedented cooperation. Mechanisms like the School Meals Coalition and the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty have brought countries together, locally, nationally, regionally, and globally. We are sharing solutions and scaling impact. This marks a pivotal shift from donor-led, external funded programs to nationally prioritized and globally scaled policies. This session has delivered on its promise. We leave with many results. Governments inspired to make school meals a fiscal priority, learning from the examples shared. A clearer understanding of the diverse financing options available, from earmarked taxes to SDG bonds and natural resource revenues. Development partners better attuned to the financing ambitions and support needs of governments, especially those on the path to sustainability. A powerful announcement that is the launch of SFI 2.0, expanding the sustainable financing initiative support from strategy development to implementation with new tools like the Syntax Toolkit. And a shared recognition that school meals are not just a social program. They are a cross-sectoral solution for education, nutrition, climate adaptation, and food system transformation. Finland's own experience reinforces this. For over 75 years, we've provided universal school meals, fully publicly funded. These meals are not just about food, they are about dignity, equality, and opportunity. And they are smart investments. We believe school meals must be positioned as strategic investment, one that delivers across multiple sectors and unlocks long-term development. Let us leave this session with renewed energy and a clear call to action. Governments make school meals a fiscal priority. Partners align financing with national strategies and leverage blended finance. All stakeholders recognize school meals as a public good that advances education, equity, health, climate resilience, and food system reform. Together, let's ensure that by 2030, every child receives a healthy, nutritious meal at the school. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Please don't go away. I would like to invite the rest of the members of this panel to join you in having a photo which will remain for the ages. So we remember this moment. Thank you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you. You may return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been quite a day, an amazing start, which was delivered to us by our hosts, Brazil and Fortaleza. Then these wonderful sessions where we celebrated the successes made, but we also looked at the path for the future and what will come next if we can blend that with a bit of financing. So today we have come to the close of our sessions, and we have another special surprise or package from our host from Brazil. Please, a round of applause for Brazil, please, please. And so today, instead of just going back to our hotels and everything, we are being invited to a cultural evening, and that is going to be provided by our host. And here is some logistical information for us. So we've got some transport prepared for us because we are going to, permit my Portuguese accent here, to the Estação das Artes, which is going to be a very important point for us to have our event today. So we will proceed there for the cocktail and cultural program, and there will be two entrances for that. There's a main entrance for authorities, So we kindly request ministers and authorities to proceed to their vehicles. They will be directed, and when they get there, they would move to that entrance. And there is an entrance for guests. So we are kindly inviting all of you, our guests and delegates. You will proceed to the buses which are parked at the main entrance of the event center, and they will take you and the rest of us to the Estación das Artes, where we will have the events. Now, take note of this. As from 9:30 p.m., there will be buses available to transfer anyone who wants to return to their hotels. They will be available every 40 minutes. I hope I've been able to get all the necessary logistical information. Now, I'll be very happy to welcome you here tomorrow for the beginning of our day. Have a wonderful time and enjoy Fortaleza.